head of stage. There we go. The fuck did that work right? Anyways, howdy, chat. Funny seeing you here. Welcome to day 4 of the Hannah Reid trial. And yes, this is a late watch, and we all have stuff to do, so we're gonna catch up. And first of all, I want to give the award to Darcy, getting first. Congratulations, Darcy. You're here all the time, and that's the thing. You guys are here all the time. You pay your dues, and eventually you'll become first too. Jarek says RoboCop 3 is lame. When you're wrong, and I guess you're going to keep being wrong. That's okay. That's okay. You can be wrong. So, hey, nice mic. Thank you. If it sounds better, let me... Is it sounding better than it did before? Yes, your day will come. Yes. So, all right, guys, we're going to get started. You remember, today they are going to... I do know for a fact they're going to have the coroner come up, the pathologist, and we're gonna see some gory stuff. If you guys aren't cool with seeing that, adjust your gain. Well, I'm trying to figure that out. Highlander RoboCop do better or worse than Highlander 2? I got a soft spot for Highlander movies, so I'd say it's better than RoboCop 2. But that's not saying much because they're both not that good, but I really like them. So we're going to get started on this, guys. So here we go. It is time. And why is this not playing for me? There's some shitty weather out if you're in the Midwest. Be careful. Be very careful tonight. The Ryan Hall guy's on, so yeah. Okay, guys, so here's the deal. This is 8 hours. We are not going till we are not going till 4 in the morning. So tuna fish, yay or nay? Tuna fish is good. Tuna fish is good stuff. So tuna fish is never a wrong choice. We're gonna try to go as fast as we can. And we might skip around in spots, but yeah, it's I don't know exactly where to watch, chat, but if you guys have seen this earlier, tell me where there's spots we can skip around in, okay? Because I don't want to go all night. Those are the things I'd rather do all night long. So here we go. Did I just say that? Yes, I did. Okay.
Please.
There we go. There's Hannah. A little more simply dressed today. Also, her other attorney, Julian, was allowed to withdraw, looks like, because he's not there anymore from what I've been able to figure out. I had a 75 tonight with windshield in the negatives, yeah. Aldrich says, shot straight, confirmed. Well, you'll figure that on your own. So here we go, guys. Oh, hold on here. Okay, we're going to try something. Click on us and pull up. Yeah, it normally does do that, but it doesn't show it here because it's not fully calibrated. So here we go.
Come back up. Cool.
Max Burra says, hello, Maxi cutting chunk behind Hannah for reals.
Face the judge and raise your right hand.
Yes. Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Have a seat. Talk into the microphone.
Hey, Tilly.
Good morning, Dr.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Dr. Heather Jarrell,
And what's your current occupation?
Jarrell.
There you go.
I'm the Chief Medical Investigator at the Office of the Medical Investigator.
Great. And what are your primary responsibilities
Rumble's
as the
fixed now,
Chief
Rumble's up.
Medical Examiner, OMI?
I oversee the operations of the OMI, including approximately 200 employees and the forensic pathologists who are there. In addition, I also perform autopsies to determine the cause and the manner of death.
Great. Can you give us a brief explanation about your educational background?
Sure. I have a bachelor's degree from Valdosta State University in Valdosta, Georgia. Then I went to medical school at Mercer University School of Medicine in Macon, Georgia, where I graduated with a medical degree. Then I completed a residency in anatomic pathology at the University of Virginia, and I'm board certified in anatomic pathology. Then I completed a fellowship, which was a 2-year fellowship in neuropathology at the same institution, and I'm board certified in neuropathology. And then lastly, I completed a forensic pathology fellowship at the Virginia Commonwealth University, and I'm board certified in forensic pathology.
Can you explain to the jury what forensic pathology is?
A forensic pathologist performs autopsies to determine the cause and the manner of death.
And what about anatomical pathology?
A person who is an anatomic pathologist can perform autopsies usually in a hospital setting to determine what caused death, but they also can determine, like, for example, if you have surgery and have something removed, let's say a cancerous lesion, the pathologist is the one who determines what type of cancer it is or disease it is.
And approximately how many autopsies have you performed in your career?
I have performed and supervised over 3,500 or 3,500 examinations, plus about 500 neuropathology consultations.
And have you had any training specific to injury analysis?
Can you be more specific?
Just training in terms of determining how an injury may have affected an individual's body and how that may have contributed to the person's death?
Yes, that would be included in my forensic pathology fellowship.
Great. And have you ever testified in court as an expert witness in the fields of forensic and anatomical pathology?
Yes,
Approximately how many times?
more than 50 times.
Great. And have you rendered opinions in prior cases regarding homicides that involved guns?
Yes,
All right. And does this include testifying to the entry and exit of gunshot wounds?
yes.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, I'd move the court to recognize Dr. Jarrell as an expert witness in the fields of forensic and anatomical pathology.
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Jarrell, would you explain to the jury exactly what is an autopsy?
An autopsy examination consists ultimately of 2 parts, both an external examination and an internal examination. In the external examination, we document, features of the decedent, such as hair color, eye color, weight, and stature. But we also document any injuries that we see externally. We take measurements of those injuries and we classify those injuries. The second part of the autopsy is the internal examination. I also neglected to mention that during the external examination, we collect trace evidence in suspicious cases. That might include fingernail clippings and hair samples. The internal examination consists of blood collection for toxicology when applicable, and looking at every internal organ individually to look for injury, and again, classifying that type of injury, and also looking for natural disease findings. We also make microscopic slides as a result of that internal examination, which we analyze by looking through a microscope, and we form a final report with the ultimate goal of determining the cause and the manner of death.
Thank you. And does every person who dies receive an autopsy?
No.
So how do you determine whether or not you're going to do an autopsy?
An autopsy, I'll back up and explain that a little bit more. Within the state of New Mexico, the OMI is notified of all sudden and unexpected deaths. And for cases that are non-natural, there are certain circumstances where the OMI will take jurisdiction. And so in the case of deaths resulting from gunshot wounds, this is an example where the OMI, or the Office of the Medical Investigator, will take jurisdiction. And in possible homicides, the OMI will perform an autopsy.
Thank you. Can you explain to us what is the intake process when a body arrives at OMI? What is that intake process like?
When a body arrives at the OMI, the body is received in a sealed body bag so that chain of custody is maintained from the scene to the OMI to ensure that no one's tampered with anything inside the body bag. We break the seal, and we have a machine at the OMI called a CT scanner, just like in a hospital if you have to get a CAT scan. And the body at the OMI receives a full body CT scan. This allows us to have a look inside the body before we actually open the body. For gunshot wound cases, it lets us know if there's a gunshot wound track and if there is a retained projectile. And so that is the beginning of the intake process.
Thanks. And I'm going to get into some greater detail about the CT scan in this case and further questions. But right now, describe to us as part of the intake process, is it typical for sometimes for items to arrive along with the decedent's body?
Yes.
So what might arrive?
Per our state statute, anything present on the body should come with the body. In this case, there were personal belongings that included clothing that came present with Ms. Hutchins' body.
Great. Do you gather any statements prior to conducting an autopsy?
If law enforcement is present to view an autopsy, which is not uncommon, I will usually ask if they have any questions before I start, and I will communicate autopsy findings to anyone who is there to view autopsy. We also, before I issue cause and manner of death, when relevant, will review law enforcement reports.
So you mentioned kind of the external examination. Is there another step to the autopsy process?
There is the internal examination.
Right. And can you explain what that is briefly?
During the internal examination, we make an incision on the chest and the abdomen to look at the internal organs. We also make an incision on the head and remove part of the skull to look at the brain.
As part of the external examination, what sort of things are you looking for on the outside of the decedent's body?
On the external examination,
I mean, chat, am I not but a man?
again, we're looking at certain physiological characteristics or physical characteristics of the decedent, but we're also looking for any injuries that might be present. And again, we take measurements of those and we classify what type of injury they are. And
how do you document the external examination?
The external examination is documented. I typically use a body diagram and I make notes. If there's any tattoos, I'll document where those are. And then if there's any injuries, I'll document on a body diagram what type of injuries they are.
And do you take photographs as part of this?
Yes.
Thank you. And let's talk now in a little bit more detail about the internal examination. How do you proceed about conducting an internal examination?
How much detail do you want?
Just give me an idea in terms of, are you looking for whether the death was caused by an injury versus a natural disease? Just kind of a high level description of what you're looking for.
Yes, the combination of the external examination and the internal examination are looking at any documented natural disease or injuries. If there are injuries, do they account for death? Is there any natural disease that accounts for death? And again, when we perform toxicology, is there any toxicological cause of death or contributory factors to death?
And as part of that, do you ever collect samples of tissue or fluids?
Yes.
And can you explain that process?
Yes, we typically will collect blood to perform toxicology in certain cases to determine if that caused death or contributed to death. As I mentioned before, we also collect hair samples, other blood samples that could be used for DNA testing if needed later. And we collect fingernails, clippings for what we call a so-called homicide workup.
Perfect. And was an autopsy performed on Halanya Hutchins in this case?
Yes.
And who conducted that autopsy?
I did.
Great. What was the date of that autopsy?
The autopsy was performed on October 22nd, 2021.
Great. And how did you identify the decedent as Halanya Hutchins?
I believe she was identified by a visual identification. We can also do comparison to identification, like a driver's license.
Great. And what was your role in this particular autopsy?
I was the person who conducted the full autopsy.
Great.
So I'm the person who did the external examination and the internal examination, wrote the report, and certified cause and manner of death.
Great. So it was you who was ultimately responsible for issuing the findings?
Yes.
Great. Did you review all of the photographs related to the autopsy to form your opinion?
Yes.
Thank you. Were you able to render an opinion regarding the cause and manner of death for Mrs. Hutchins?
Yes.
And what was your conclusion for cause of death?
The death was caused by a gunshot wound to the chest.
And what was the manner of death?
I certified the manner of death as accident.
And can you explain why you classified it as an accident?
Yes. I classify the manner of death as accident.
Yes, she's
Well,
too
let me back
normal
up to go to, a homicide is classified as a volitional act caused by another to cause fear, harm, or death. Intent is not always needed. It is a common element, but is not always needed. Conversely, for an accident to be applicable, what must not be present is an intent to cause fear, harm, or death. Looking at the material that was available to me through law enforcement reports, it was apparent to me there was no obvious intent to cause death. It doesn't mean there's no negligence or so on, but it means there was no intent to cause death. Additionally, there are medical examiners across this country that would have certified the manner of death in this case as homicide. However, reviewing the material that was applicable to me, it is clear that there was a belief on the set that the firearm was not loaded with live ammunition. And based on that belief, and this scenario being much different than what we see in other medical examiner cases for firearm-related deaths, I felt that the manner of death was best classified as accident. And thirdly, there has been somewhat of a precedent set in a previous movie set shooting death where the manner of death was classified as accident.
Great, thank you so much. You mentioned earlier when you first started your testimony that you sometimes perform a CT scan on the decedent's body. Did you perform one in this case?
Yes.
And what did that scan reveal?
The scan revealed that there was no significant natural disease for Ms. Hutchins. It also demonstrated a gunshot wound track. It demonstrated that there was medical intervention prior to her death in the form of surgical intervention that was conducted at UNMH or the University of New Mexico Hospital. And it also demonstrated that there was no retained projectile within Ms. Hutchins' body.
Thank you. When Ms. Hutchins first arrived at OMI, do you recall what she was wearing?
She was wearing undergarments and she was wrapped in a hospital blanket.
Okay. Did any clothing arrive with her?
Yes.
And do you recall what that was?
Yes, there was a jacket, or I classified it as being a jacket. And there was also a pair of tights and a pair of pants.
Great. At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to move for admission of States Exhibits 113 and 114, their photographs, and they've been stipulated to by defense counsel.
All right, admitted?
May I publish them?
Yes.
All right. Is there an image on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. Does that appear to be the jacket that arrived with Ms. Hutchins?
Yes.
Did you do any examination of this jacket?
I did a visual inspection.
And why did you do that?
For firearm-related fatalities, we look for defects of the clothing that correspond to any gunshot wounds on the body. In particular, we will look at the defect that corresponds to the gunshot entrance wound, and we look for visible soot or dark particulate material that would help us indicate a range of fire.
And did you find any of that on this jacket?
No.
Okay. And so what kind of conclusion can you draw from the absence of gunpowder or that kind of thing?
The absence of soot, unburned gunpowder particles, and gunpowder stippling on the clothing and or body would indicate a distant or an indeterminate range of fire. Indeterminate range of fire would be applicable if there is an intermediate target, meaning that the projectile went through something else before it struck Ms. Hutchins. There was no indication that the projectile went through anything before it struck Ms. Hutchins, and therefore the range of fire is best classified as distant.
Great. And just to be clear, when you say distant, can you put some actual measurements to that, perhaps in feet?
It is difficult to say, but what we generally say very conservatively is that to get the best idea of the actual distance of the firearm to Ms. Hutchins' body would be to do a examination or sorry, the word has left me, a firearm test where you test the actual firearm with the actual ammunition to try to get the range of fire. However, generally speaking, in forensic pathology, we can estimate that distance roughly to be about 2 feet or greater.
2 feet or greater?
Yes.
Thank you. If you look at your monitor, I put up States Exhibit 114. Do you recognize these?
Yes.
And what are they?
These are the pants that were received along with Ms. Hutchins' body.
And were you able to make any findings or determinations on the basis of these pants?
There were no defects that were significant. The clothing had been partially cut or cut due to resuscitative efforts, but there's nothing significant from my point of view with regard to the gunshot wound.
Great, thank you. And you've mentioned the gunshot wounds, so let's talk about that. How many gunshot wounds were there?
There were 2.
What injuries were you able to observe externally?
There was a gunshot entrance wound in the right armpit region, and there was a gunshot exit wound on Ms. Hutchins' back, just below the left scapula or the left shoulder blade area.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move for admission of State's Exhibits 115, 116, and 117. These have also been stipulated to by defense counsel.
All right, admitted?
And may I publish those?
Yes.
Dr. Gerald, what are we looking at here?
This is a photograph before Ms. Hutchins' body was cleaned, which I typically do with regard to gunshot wounds. The reason why I do this is because things like soot can wipe off. And so I like to take photographs before the wound is clean that demonstrates that there is no soot surrounding the entrance wound. But what is depicted in this photograph is a gunshot entrance wound in the right armpit region. Surrounding the entrance wound is an abrasion or a scratch that is likely due to the positioning of Ms. Hutchins' arm when she was shot. And so that's just an abrasion that was caused by the projectile as it entered the armpit area.
Thank you. And you also mentioned an exit wound. Can you explain what this photograph is?
Max, I think that's a very good question. Is this going to be to make her look a lot less like, you know, this grungy film set tough guy? Because they're going to show those pictures with the guns where she's got the guns, she's like, pa-pow, pa-pow, and she's like, yeah. So yeah, I think this is meant to make her look very more feminine. Anyways, hi McKinley, hi Paralegal Liz. Hope you guys are doing well. And hello as well to you. If you guys would like to jump in, let me know, and I'll send you guys something if you're interested.
Yes, this is the gunshot exit wound, which was left of the midline, left of Ms. Hutchins' midline on her back, below the left shoulder blade. It does show, and this is again before it has been cleaned, which again is a standard practice. But this is the exit wound. It has some bruising around the exit wound that was probably caused by medical intervention and placement of a plastic device to help render medical aid.
Thank you. I'm going to pull up State's Exhibit 117, and this may help you explain. I know you tried to explain where the exit wound was in terms of her back, so this may give the jury a little bit better idea of where that was. But just to be clear, this is the same exit wound as from the previous picture, correct?
Yes.
And do you notice anything different or remarkable in this picture that you didn't already discuss in the previous one?
No, it just gives better orientation.
Great, thank you.
Your Honor, let me approach this moment.
Oh, chat, what does this mean? I'm not sure. So, what are you saying? Are you guys claiming Hannah's wearing a hairpiece? I'm confused. I don't think she's wearing a hairpiece. Charlie says, good work. I made it to work even my fever of 118 degrees. Good job, Charlie. Real trooper there. You know, that is the image of a true working man. So let's
Based on... All right. Dr. Gerald, based on the examination and your review of the photographs, were you able to track the path of the projectile from where it entered Ms. Hutchins' chest and where it exited?
Yes.
And can you explain that path?
Yes, the projectile entered through the right armpit area. It missed the major blood vessels in the shoulder area and in the arm. It entered the right aspect of the chest into the right chest cavity. It injured some of the blood vessels that travel along the ribs, broke some ribs, or broke one rib, went into the right lung, and exited the right chest cavity, just adjacent to the vertebral column. It went through the spinal cord and traveled through the soft tissue of the back before exiting.
And as part of that examination, did you use what's called a trajectory rod?
Yes.
And what does that help you do?
The trajectory rod just simply shows.
So she was fucked. She wasn't gonna make it. That's a pretty fatal wound. I mean, that scores all the major hits. So yeah, there wasn't anything they could do to save her life. I'm also betting she had tension pneumothorax, or she had chest cavity was filled with fluid. We'll see if I'm right.
The pathway, the general pathway that the projectile took through the body, from the point of entrance to the point of exit. And that trajectory with respect to Ms. Hutchins' body is front to back, right to left, and downward.
And were the injuries that Ms. Hutchins suffered to her internal organs consistent with being shot?
Yes.
And of the injuries that you described, which of those can be lethal?
There was documented in medical record, there was over 1 liter of blood present in the right chest cavity when Ms. Hutchins arrived to UNMH, or the University of New Mexico Hospital. And so that indicates significant blood loss within the chest cavity, and the injury to the right lung was also lethal.
Thank you. And I know you mentioned earlier that you took tissue samples for toxicology
A
tests.
liter of blood in her chest? Yeah, she was done for. Holy cow. That's a lot of fucking blood. You've only got so many liters of blood. You got only so many quarts of blood in you, but pints of blood in you, but god dang, a whole liter of blood in her chest cavity? Ooh. It's not meant to go there, guys. Not meant to go there.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And what were the results of those toxicology tests?
The toxicology was negative for alcohol and common drugs of abuse.
Okay. Nothing further? Thank you, Anna. Thank you.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Doctor, I first want to ask you about your classification. Now, you've been doing autopsies, and you said, I think, 33,000 or 3,500?
Yes, 3,500.
3,500. How long, how many years have you done autopsies?
I came to the OMI straight out of fellowship in August of 2014.
Okay, so 10 years.
Yes.
And you are very familiar with the classification system, whether it be a homicide or accident, correct?
Yes.
And in this case, you ruled the cause and manner of death to be accident.
Yes.
And in a homicide, your definition you gave was to rule it a homicide, it has to be a volitional act caused by another to cause death, correct?
Yes.
And volitional means purposeful?
No.
What does volitional mean?
Volitional volitional means a voluntary act. It doesn't mean that there is it doesn't always mean there's intent. You don't need intent. So something as simple as pulling a trigger could be the volitional act.
Okay, but in this case, you reviewed reports and you got information, and based on that, your determination was that this was an accident.
Yes.
And when you said accident, I think you described that as what must not be present is intent to cause death.
There should not be intent to cause fear, harm, or death.
Okay.
That's correct.
So in the materials you read and the information you reviewed, you did not find an intent to cause death by anybody.
That's correct.
Okay. And with regard to that classification, that is an official state of New Mexico ruling, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that is an accident.
Yes.
Okay. I know in your notes that you documented the approximate time of the incident was about 13:48. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that is 1:48?
Yes.
Okay. And then you documented that Ms. Hutchins arrived at the hospital approximately 15:20. Is that right?
Yes.
And that is 3:20.
Yes.
Now, that is approximately an hour and a half delay. Is that right?
Yes.
And you knew that she was being attended to by EMT personnel and there was a helicopter waiting to take her to the hospital. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you have any idea why there was a delay in the hospital taking her?
No.
Okay. Now, during your findings, you did a CT scan before your external examination, correct?
Yes.
Did you find evidence of prior medical intervention from Ms. Hutchins?
Yes.
And what was that evidence of medical intervention?
She had been intubated. The intubation was actually in the wrong place. It was in the esophagus. It was removed when she arrived at the hospital, but she was also re-intubated into her esophagus and not into the airway. She had also had surgical intervention. So they had opened up the chest cavities on both sides due to the presence of a gunshot wound. They had also opened up the protective covering surrounding the heart to try to do what they call manual cardiac massage to restart the heart. It's my understanding that
Sounds
she
very
was pulseless upon arrival and non-responsive and not breathing.
You said that she had an intubation and another intubation. Is that right?
Yes,
And they were both in the esophagus.
yes.
Now, an esophageal intubation can be a dangerous situation, correct?
Is an ineffective way to respirate someone or to establish air.
And in fact, can that potentially cause an anoxic situation, lack of oxygen to the brain?
Well, the injury itself is what causes the anoxic situation, but the intubation into the esophagus isn't giving adequate airway establishment.
Because, doctor, when you do the intubation, you're trying to get it into the bronchus, correct?
Yes.
And the bronchus, can you tell the jury what the bronchus is?
The bronchus, the main stem bronchus is the main airway that goes to both lungs. It eventually divides into a left and right bronchus. It goes to each lung.
And so by putting it in the esophagus, that is basically
Let's think
sending
about broncho.
oxygen into the stomach.
Yes.
And part of your notes, I know you indicated that Ms. Hutchins was complaining of shortness of breath.
Yes.
And so an intubation into her esophagus would not have assisted with that, with helping her to get that oxygen.
That's correct.
Did you also find on your CT examination that there was a chest needle that was tried to put in?
They attempted to put in a central line, which means you're trying to get fluid to in the most effective way
Trying to
possible.
suction it out.
Because of her situation, they had to put blood products directly into her heart.
And did that, based on your review of that CT
Yeah.
exam, it looked like it did not go in properly?
And no, it was in the heart.
Oh, it was.
I believe it was.
Okay. So that wasn't a shallow insertion?
I couldn't tell that based on the autopsy or the CT.
Okay. So the esophageal intubation, do you know who performed that? Do you know who did that?
I do not.
The CPR efforts you observed, do you know who performed those?
Not off the top of my head, no. I would have to review the medical records.
Based on everything that you saw, and as a medical doctor, had this not taken an hour and a half, had Ms. Hutchins received more timely medical intervention, could she have possibly survived these wounds?
That's difficult for me to answer that question because I'm not a doctor who treats gunshot wounds in the chest, and I have a very skewed view regarding the lethality of gunshot wounds. So that's outside my purview.
When you were interviewed, didn't you say she possibly could have survived?
Potentially, but I'm not the best person to ask for that question because I don't treat patients.
Okay, but you previously had said that. You
Yes.
acknowledged that. Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further.
Counsel, clerk, real quick.
I mean, guys, like there wasn't going to be a lot with this one anyway. She's dead. There's holes in her. Would have been better to transport to stabilize? No, because you can only do so much in a helicopter. A helicopter is really small. Even these lifeline choppers have a very, very small cabin. So, no, trying to get her stabilized, it's going to take a while for that chopper to get there anyway. So, no, they could take advantage of that time by stabilizing her in a safe, secure environment. But I mean, dude, she got blown away. She wasn't gonna make it. You know, through the lungs, hitting the heart. You know, severing the spinal cord. You know, that's a fight stopper as far as hits are concerned. Like she would have dropped like a sack of potatoes. No, yeah, I get the whole Ukrainian potato thing too, but that wasn't intended as a joke. But okay, yeah, she was Dunsky, so it didn't matter. Didn't matter. Let's see where we're at now.
Dr. Gerald, what was your determination as to the cause of death of Halanya Hutchins?
Her death was caused by a gunshot wound in the chest.
Thank you. And you said that you performed this autopsy on October 22nd, is that correct?
Yes.
And her date of death was October 21st, is that correct?
Yes.
So you had approximately 1 day's worth of investigative materials available for you to review, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. You're excused. By court order, the photographer is not allowed to publish any of the OMI pictures. Those are the autopsy photos, the 3 exhibits of the autopsy, and that's the order is either direct or picking up it indirectly.
Oh,
All
I wanted to see the body.
right, next witness.
The state calls Stephen Moore.
Yay! I want to see some blood. weak sauce. Well, that guy just bought a suit. He didn't get it tailored. Well, at least get your sleeves short going here.
Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Have a seat. Talk into the microphone.
Listen, guys, if you ever get a suit jacket, get the sleeves trimmed up. It makes a world full of difference. It doesn't look like you're wearing your dad's clothes. Even the rest of it can be ill-fitting. As long as your sleeves are up, that does wonders.
Sure, we're gonna. I'm not gonna show the photo immediately.
Kind of get the feeling this guy was called at last minute because he went and bought a jacket. I kind of get the feeling this is a last-minute call.
We're gonna need to put it up there shortly. Sir, go ahead and state your name for the record.
My name is Stephen Orr.
How are you currently employed?
I'm with the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office.
And what position do you hold at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office?
I'm currently assigned to the Civil Division.
How long have you been employed there?
In the Civil Division or with the Sheriff's Office?
With the Sheriff's Office.
Just over 15 years.
And do you have law enforcement experience prior to going to the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I'm retired from the Albuquerque Police Department.
How long were you with the Albuquerque Police Department?
From 1990 to 2004.
And did you become involved in this case somehow?
Yes.
How did you become involved in this case?
On October 28th, 2021, at about 3:01 p.m., Sergeant Chris, for whatever reason, I was at the office. I don't recall the reason why I was at the office that day, but Sergeant Chris Zook found me in the office. He knows my firearms background and asked me to take a look at a rifle that they were having trouble clearing.
What's your firearms background?
I became a firearms instructor in 1991. I'm currently a master firearms instructor in law enforcement with handgun, rifle, patrol rifle, and shotgun. I'm a master hunter education instructor. I became a hunter education instructor in 2000. Currently a master instructor for hunter education. I'm an armor and Glock pistol, AR-15 platform rifle, bolt action rifle, and police shotgun.
You know a little bit about guns.
A little bit.
I think it was maybe October 27th. On October 27th, were you asked to assist with this case?
I thought it was the 28th, but it could have been the 27th.
It might have been the 28th that you got involved.
That I got involved, yes, because at the scene of this incident, I was not involved. I just, once again, happened to be at the office that day, and Sergeant Zook, knowing my background, just simply asked for some assistance.
Okay, I'm going to show you what has been previously entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 10. Do your 10-step process.
Okay.
I'm not seeing it on the other monitors. Oh, I'm sorry. It's already been entered in evidence, so I think we can publish it. Let's go ahead and do that. Do you recognize that?
It didn't come up, but it flashed for a moment before, but yes.
You don't have it in front of you?
No, ma'am.
10?
I do now, yes. Okay, yes, yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
Where did that come from, and how did you end up in possession of it?
Once again, I was at the office.
Hold
I
on,
don't recall the reason for the
chat. Ooh, that's a Henry. That is not a Winchester. That's a Henry rifle. So this is a Henry rifle. It's got the little follower down there. And yeah, he's probably going to talk about there is a way to load at the end here. You can load through the tube. And then, you can do that. So yeah, it's a nice looking one. Holy shit.
time. I don't recall the reason why I was at the office that day. Sergeant Zook, who was at the time the sergeant of the Criminal Investigation Division, asked me to take a look at this rifle. Apparently, there were some cartridges that were stuck in the gun, and he didn't know how to clear it, so he asked me to clear it for him. So to answer your question, what I'm looking at here is a Henry Patton Allen Arms 2440 lever action rifle.
So let me ask you, was the gun jammed?
It was jammed, yes.
Why was the gun jammed?
Well, first of all, let me explain the difference between a jam and a malfunction. Okay, a malfunction is something that can be readily cleared by the operator of the firearm. A jam is something that's going to take an armor, possibly even a gunsmith, to take it apart. What happened with this particular firearm here, there was a cartridge of the wrong size, the wrong diameter, entered into the tubular magazine of the gun. And as Sergeant Zook was trying to eject the rounds, probably by, and I'm only guessing because I wasn't there, by moving the lever action back and forth to eject the rounds from the gun, the round of the wrong caliber wouldn't chamber into the firearm, so then it couldn't be ejected.
So did the gun jam because Sergeant Zook was manipulating the lever action, or did it jam because there was a wrong caliber bullet in there, or cartridge rather?
Well, the cartridge wouldn't properly chamber, so since it couldn't properly chamber, it couldn't properly eject. So that's what caused the jam.
So can you explain to the jurors how that gun would have been able to receive a cartridge of the wrong caliber to begin with?
Yes. Do they have a picture of this gun in front of them?
They do.
Okay.
Okay, real quick. I know where this is going. You know why it's in there? And real quick, Jim Cox just dropping some, oh no, here it's saying, I'm going to come. Well, don't come. Don't come. Jim Cox gifting 20 memberships. Thank you, Jim. You got a whoa for that one. You got a PPP whoa. Thank you very much. And I'm sure whoever gets one of those is going to be very happy to receive it. I think I already know where this is going, and I don't know if you guys have watched this already. Yes, Hannah doesn't know what the fuck she's doing. She's just shoving cartridges into guns. Well, look like bullet going gun. Clunk. Well, because it's a Henry, this doesn't like, I'll bring this up real quick. The Henry doesn't load like a Winchester. Like a Winchester 94. Okay. So, let me see if I can... Oh, this is actually perfect. This is a perfect image here. Okay, guys, if you guys don't know this, we're going to switch over to this real quick. So, this is a Winchester 94. This is what you think of when you think of a lever action, okay? This is typically what it looks like, okay? This comes to your mind, something like that, okay? That is the typical lever action gun, all right? So, this thing here is called, and very appropriate, like, so obviously, here's your lever, here's the hammer, here's the trigger, okay? This is called this is the loading gate, okay? You take the shells and you shove them in there, kind of like a shotgun. And then up here, they eject out the top and they go boop. So you take them and you just keep shoving them in there, okay? That's different than the Henry rifle. The Henry rifle loads from the front. Up at the front of the barrel, you can turn the tube and you can pull it. It's got a little hook. You turn it and pull it out, and you start dropping rounds into the barrel, into the tube, butt first, okay? And then from there, you cycle the action and it loads up and fires. So you load a Henry from the front like that. I don't think that one's got a side gate, although we can't see the other side. But most Henrys didn't come with a side gate. I don't actually think any Henrys came with a side gate until like way, way, way later. But that's how you load things typically. This one doesn't load that way. But basically, Hannah took bullets and goes bullet and gun and dropped them in the guns. So, yeah, this is basically to show Hannah doesn't know what the fuck she's doing. She's such a shitty armorer, and she was such an idiot, she couldn't even put the right bullets in the right gun. So there is no due care. This is the worst of care. So, yeah. Henry loads, might have been Sarah. Yeah, maybe. But I don't think so. I mean, they're going to have to show that. Maybe Bowers can bring it up, but that's yeah. So, Cool Gamer saying, "Hey, how you doing, man? Nice to see you around again. Thanks for coming by." So, 4440 and 45 are hard to tell apart. Well, I mean, let me see if I can get a picture of the two of them together. Okay, so what I can do here is Trying to find a picture of 4440. So here we do. So, a 4440 is a little bit, it's got a bottleneck to it. It's got a slight bottleneck, but it does have a bottleneck. Okay. So here's a good example of a 4440 cartridge. Let me see if I can bring it up here. And then 45 Colt is, so this is 4440. It's not bottlenecked like we think a rifle round is, where it's got the sharp shoulders, but you can see here, it does have, it's got this, and then it goes in, and then like that. It's slight, but there is a bit of a necking on it, okay? Right here is the bottleneck. This is a 45 Colt, and if you notice on this one, this is a straight boy. There is no, it's nice and straight. So there is a bit of a difference. If you know what you're doing and paying attention, it's not hard to notice. But if you're an idiot and just shoving rounds into guns, yeah, you're going to have problems with it.
And your monitor has arrows and all kinds of stuff. I'm not an expert at using that, but.
Okay, this right here, you'll see, I don't know how to use the arrow here.
Like a long turtleneck, yes. Yes, 44 Winchester center fire.
Okay. Okay. There's a lever right here that you can see, and you move this lever forward, all right, to the front portion.
Yes.
What are we already? Garrett says, I've seen a lot of guys do that, also drop 20 gauge and a 12 gauge. Yeah, and that happens when you're out in the field, all kinds of stuff like that. But in this situation where it's a knife safe, sterile environment, she should really be exercising due care. Because you know what's going to happen? They're going to bring their certified armorer out, and he's going to say, "Would you do any of this stuff?" No, because I'm not a retard. So you have to be very careful saying like, "Oh, anybody could do this." Also, her hair is so.
Proceed, sir.
Okay, the way this gun is loaded, all right, there you can see right here this little tab. Okay, it's held back by spring tension. You overcome spring tension by moving it forward, and the front of this gun here has about the last 3 or 4 inches will rotate sideways, opening up what's called a tubular magazine. All right, a tubular magazine, for lack of a better term, is like a fat metal straw. Okay, and the cartridges can be dropped down into that tubular magazine. Now, the diameter of the magazine tube is wide enough to accommodate slightly larger than caliber ammunition, and that is what happened in this case. Once the tubular magazine is loaded, then the fore portion of the muzzle is closed up, and the rifle can be cycled by lever action. And what you have down here is the lever action, which basically is the action of the gun, hence the name lever action.
So the 45 caliber cartridge was fit in that, did you call it a loading tube or?
It's a tubular magazine.
Tubular magazine. But the 45, because it was the wrong caliber, was too large to cycle through.
Correct.
Okay. And were you brought in to fix this gun and make it safe?
Yes.
And were you able to do that?
Yes.
How can this gun be unloaded once cartridges are put in the tubular magazine?
Well, there are 2 ways to unload this gun. Okay, the first one is what I'm guessing that Sergeant Zook did. Okay, and all he did was this lever action right here that I have pointed to. Okay, you work it back and forth in a lever action type motion. All right, and I can go through the mechanics of the gun, but the simple answer is through mechanical linkage, the cartridge is removed from the tubular magazine, entered into the chamber, and then the extractor will pull the round out of the chamber and kick it out of the gun. So depending on the number of rounds you have in the tubular magazine, if you have 5 rounds, in theory, you run the action 5 times and all 5 rounds will kick out of the gun, will be ejected from the gun. The other way to unload this gun, and the way I ended up unloading this gun, is once again, I showed you this little lever right here, pulled it forward, the front barrel of the gun will rotate to the side and exposing the top part of this metal that straw that I explained to you. All right, you turn the gun upside down, for lack of a better term, and gravity is your friend, the rounds fall out.
Thank you, sir. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-exam.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
So the round that was actually in this gun, do you know if this was actually a dummy round that was inside?
I don't know.
Would there be any danger if it was a dummy round that was inside?
If it were, if you describe the two differences between a dummy round and say a blank.
Okay, but you didn't know one way or the other?
I did not
It
know.
could have been a dummy round that was
Could have
in
been a dummy round, yes.
And it sounds like Zook didn't properly unload this gun. Would you agree with that?
I have no idea because I don't know what happened to the gun prior to me putting my hands on it. And I can only describe the configuration of the gun as when I got it. What happened with Sergeant Zook prior to me taking possession of the gun for that brief period of time, I can't tell you. I just don't know.
Well, Zook came to you because he couldn't figure out it himself, right?
Yes.
So he wasn't properly unloading it. Agree?
I think he was trying, but I would agree. Mhm.
Okay, so he was trying, he couldn't do it.
That's actually a
But
bad
isn't
answer
this
for
rifle,
that,
the way you just
actually.
described this to the jury, it's pretty easy to unload, isn't it?
If you're familiar with the firearm, sure. I mean, anything's easy if you know about it, and you don't know until you do.
So you just open the rifle and the rounds fall out the bottom, right?
Well, it fall out the front.
Or they fall out of it once you open it, right?
Yes.
And you said your involvement in this case was, or in that limited role was because nobody really knew how to take this gun apart, right?
Correct.
And you told us that in a pretrial interview as well, right?
Correct.
Now, you don't know who loaded that rifle with that round
I
that
did
you
not.
cleared, do you? And you didn't interview any of the multiple people in this case who reportedly loaded firearms?
I did not.
No further questions.
That's interesting.
Redirect.
So hypothetically, if Sergeant Zook attempted to unload the gun by manipulating the lever action, as you demonstrated, is that an incorrect way of unloading the gun?
No, it's not.
That's a perfectly legitimate way of unloading that gun, correct?
Yes, until the incorrect round was attempted to be loaded into the chamber. Up to that point, yes, that was the correct way of unloading the gun.
Okay. Nothing further, thank you.
All right, thank you. You're excused. Next witness.
State Hall's Byron French.
So that was that. I guess that was the show. I think what happened there was yesterday when that guy testified about having trouble unloading the gun and all of that and jamming around in the chamber, how that all shook out. I think ultimately this is the state's way of covering their butt with that issue. Because I think they saw the defense is going to try to make some hay with that. So they brought this guy in, hence the ill-fitting suit, and just point out that's a normal way to unload the gun. And it's not, how are they supposed to know somebody rat fucked a wrong round in the barrel? So I think that's what they're going for with that. Yeah, I saw that, guys. We need to go back to that. This is an issue here, I think. That right there should have been an objection, but they don't know what happened. The jury could see that, and that could show any sort of inference that witness is more credible, that obviously he's a cop, so they like each other. They're both sheriff's deputies. Yes, that is not permissible. You can tell that guy doesn't testify much. He fucking should have known better. And I'm disappointed that happened. I'm sure he got chewed out for that. That should never have happened. But obviously they don't know about it. It's too late now. So there's nothing they can do later. Maybe they can get like a curative instruction, but it's not going to do much. Am I suit shaming him? Just a little bit. I mean, I don't look like $1 million in a suit either, though. So I'm not crapping on him too much, to be fair. Mine, I can. It definitely looks like mine, and I'm too thick to be in it, but at least I look like that.
Raise your hand.
I didn't steal
Do you
my
swear
dad's
affirm
suit.
under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Have a seat talking to the microphone.
Good morning, sir. Go ahead and state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Byron French.
How are you currently employed?
I am employed by the Rio Rancho Police Department, but I am signed to the FBI's New Mexico Regional Computer Forensics Lab as a task force officer.
So are you a sworn law enforcement officer?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you give us some indication of your background and training with regard to cellular phone extractions?
Yes, ma'am. I'll start when I first became a law enforcement officer. I graduated the academy in January of 2011 from the New Mexico Law Enforcement Academy here in Santa Fe. The first 4 years I was on patrol, and then the opportunity arose to become a digital forensic examiner at the New Mexico Regional Computer Forensics Laboratory. I got assigned that position, and it's a 2-year certification process approximately. Every examiner starts out working Windows computers, doing forensics, digital forensics on Windows computers, and there is the opportunity from there to do digital forensics with cell phones as well. During the initial process, there's just the pipelines of training, and then I went through what's called the basic cell phone course with the FBI in Huntsville, Alabama, back in, I want to say 2017, July of 2017. From there, I've taken a couple of other different specialty classes when it comes to digital forensics and cell phones. Black Bag offers a Macintosh forensics class, and part of Macintosh is the Apple operating system. From there, I've taken another handful of other courses such as Celebrate. They offer what's called CCO, CCPA, and they are a forensic tool. And what CCO stands for is Celebrate Certified Operator. That is just one portion of the course, and it familiarizes you with the best practices to extract data off of mobile devices. The second part of that is CCPA. It is Celebrate Certified Physical Analyst. And that teaches you best practices and how to actually go through the data that has been extracted. From there, I have taken other courses such as a basic cell phone repair class. Sometimes we get these phones in as evidence and they're destroyed. I have the ability to repair them. I've been through advanced training, ISP and JTAG, and ISP and chip-off. ISP stands for in-system programming, and chip-off is just like it sounds. You take the chip off the device. I've also taken what's called SANS 585, Advanced Cell Phone Forensics. And just recently, I've been invited out to become a instructor for Celebrate themselves, to instruct those courses.
How did you become involved in this case, if you recall?
I believe it was back in 2019. Was it 2019 or 2020? I'm sorry.
2021.
2021. Sorry, not enough coffee this morning. Back in 2021, I was contacted by Detective Alex Hancock from the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office to assist with phone extractions.
And did you perform a phone extraction on the cell phone belonging to Hannah Gutierrez?
I did.
And did you tell us a little bit about the extraction that you did, and what are you extracting? Are you extracting text messages, photos, everything? Give the jurors an idea of what's going on.
Sure. So in this instance, I did use the Celebrate program to perform an extraction, and there was 2 extractions involved. One is called a logical, and the other one is a file system. And generally, with those 2 extractions, you try and extract.
Counsel, can you approach? Sorry.
Sorry, had to step off. Yeah, guys, so he's going to be talking about what's probably on Hannah's phone. I'm sure it's not going to be good. So let's see. Let's see what happens.
Sorry for the interruption, sir.
That's okay.
Pursuant to defense counsel's stipulation, will the court recognize Mr. French as an expert
He's Latino,
in
Patrick, Bet David.
what areas are you usually qualified in?
Digital forensics.
Thank you.
Yes, digital forensic examinations. You're an expert.
Thank you.
Have you been qualified as an expert in that area previously?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
How many times?
Twice. Once in the Honorable Martha Vasquez courtroom, not too far from here, and then the other in the Honorable Judge Johnson in Albuquerque, both United States District Courts.
Federal courts.
Federal courts.
Okay, thank you, sir. And at my request, did you review a particular photo?
I did.
And pursuant to defense counsel's stipulation, I would like to enter into evidence and publish State's Exhibit 118.
Yes. admitted, and you may publish.
He's got it. Do you see that photograph on your screen?
I do, ma'am.
Is this a photograph that was on Ms. Gutierrez's cell phone?
Yes, it was.
And can you tell the jurors the day and time that this was taken?
Without looking exactly at the EXIF data, do we have a picture of that by chance, or?
I probably do.
That would help.
I wouldn't want to put it up on that screen. Let me ask you this. Do you remember the date that it was taken?
If memory serves correctly, I want to say it was around December 21st. Then that might not be correct because I was,
Right.
okay.
All right, sir. Let's take a,
I think the year could inform the jury. You just said December 20th.
but that's not the correct date, so
Oh.
I've looked at the exit data. So I know the correct date, so let's just take it. Give us just a moment here to clear this up. So I need to disconnect.
These boomers. These boomers. Come on. He's like, come on, lady.
About the evidence received here in court. And, all right, we're going to take our morning break. Please, what is that? 10:10. Okay, thank you.
All right.
A lot more
Identified as
All right, thank you.
So here we go, guys. All right, we're gonna. He's probably seen Hannah's Heavies, lucky dude. Yeah.
All right, you may.
Please tell the jurors the date that photo was taken.
Yes, October 10th, 2021 at 9:50 in the morning.
Thank you. Hello, please.
What picture is it? We want to see it. Why can't we see it?
The state is going to move for the admission of States Exhibits 119 through 129. I don't believe there's an objection. No. Okay, sorry.
States 119, 129 through 129 are admitted without objection. You may publish.
All right, thank you. Sir, prior to your testimony, did I send you some text messages?
You did.
Are those text messages from the extraction that you performed
Yes, ma'am.
on Ms. Gutierrez's phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
What about the other guy's extractions? What did
I'm
he
going
do?
to show you what's marked as States Exhibit 19. Let's see.
I mean, really, there's another guy doing extractions. What the fuck? Which one? Like, why'd you need both of them?
If you can just give us the date and time and whether or not those messages are incoming or outgoing, who they're going from and who they're going to.
Sure. So both of these messages appear to be outgoing from the what's identified as the owner of the device, Hannah Reed, to a contact named Becca.
Here we go, chat. Here we go. I'm going to move myself real quick here. And look what we got. Look what we got, chat. The source info, the Gorilla Grip Pussy Pal. You wanted to see it? There you go, for real. It's there. Okay? So, a real thing.
Santa Fe. The first message has the timestamp at the bottom right of October 23rd, 2021, 12:28 p.m. And it says, hey, comma, I might be coming to Albuquerque tonight and was wondering if I can get that stuff.
Can I get that yayo?
The next message has a timestamp of October 23rd, 2021 at 5:09 p.m. And it says, Becca, call me when you get a chance.
And States Exhibit 120. Can you see that, or is it too small?
I believe I can see it.
Can you guys see it? Can the jurors see it? Yeah. You bet. We'll zoom in and we'll just move it around a little bit.
So the first message is an outgoing from the same contact, Hannah Reed, owner, to Courtney Santa Fe. The message states, he gets in 30 mins or so. Becca hasn't texted me back at all, and I'm trying to get my things from her tomorrow. This message was sent on October 23rd, 2021 at 6:20 p.m. The next message is from Courtney Santa Fe to Hannah Reed, the owner of the device, and it just says okay, with the timestamp of October 23rd, 2021 at 6:24 p.m. The next one is from Hannah Reed to Courtney Santa Fe. It says, Kay, let me start over. Kay, let me know if you hear from her at all. Thanks for checking on me again. Miss you already. And that is timestamped October 23rd, 2021 at 6:25 p.m.
So counsel has asked me to let you know that some of this would ordinarily be hearsay, but they've agreed to let the entire portion in, and it's for context, effect on listener. Okay, thank you.
That's interesting.
States Exhibit 120.
Why is she telling them the hearsay rules? Just tell them it's all admissible. Why are you telling them the hearsay rules? They don't need to fucking know that. Just tell them it's allowed in.
Another message from Hannah Reed to Courtney Santa Fe.
Oh, I'm sorry. We just looked at that one. It was part of the previous group. We'll take 121 out. States Exhibit 122.
This one, the top message is from Hannah Reed, owner, to Courtney Santa Fe. And the message says, could Becca maybe drop off my things to y'all? Since I haven't been able to catch her. That is November 13th, 2021 at 7:02 p.m. The next message shown in there is from Courtney Santa Fe to Hannah Reed, owner. I asked her to, hopefully she will. And that is the same day of November 13th, 2021 at 7:06 p.m.
States Exhibit 123.
The top message is from Hannah Reed, owner, to Becca Santa Fe. Hey, coming to Albuquerque tomorrow. That is timestamped November, it looks like 7th, 2021 at 2:52 p.m. And the next message is from Hannah Reed, owner, to Becca Santa Fe. Gonna be there for a week or so. November 7th, 2021 at 2:52 p.m.
States Exhibit 124.
The top one is from Becca Santa Fe. To Hannah Reed, owner. I'm in Roswell working on Barron and Toluca, and that is timestamped November 8th, 2021 at 9:20 a.m. The next message is from Hannah Reed, owner, to Becca Santa Fe. Aw, is that far? Bummer, I wanted to see you. And that is November 10th, 2021 at 2:39 p.m.
States Exhibit 125.
This one is from Hannah Reed, owner, to Becca Santa Fe. And it says, hey, Becca, mind if my brother-in-law picks up my things from you after Thanksgiving? He lives in Albuquerque. That is timestamped November 22nd, 2021 at 5:53 p.m.
States Exhibit 126. I know these are a little out of order. We'll pull them together with another witness in terms of their chronology. Go ahead, sir.
This one is from Hannah Reed, owner, to Courtney Santa Fe. Hey, do you have Becca's number? And that is October 23rd, 2021 at 5:17 p.m.
States Exhibit 128.
A message from Hannah Reed, owner, to Becca Santa Fe. Becca with the question mark on October 24th, 2021 at 11:31 a.m.
And for context, 129.
You don't know the
This one, the
context.
first one is from Becca Santa Fe to Hannah Reed, owner.
Oh, that context.
And it says, hey, ... I am in Hamus working on Big Sky Splinter Unit. That is October 24th, 2021 at 11:33 a.m. The next message is from Becca Santa Fe to Hannah Reed, owner. How are you doing, lady? And that is October 24th,
I need my
2021 at
cocaine.
11:34 a.m.
Thank you, sir. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-exam.
Good morning, Mr. French.
I assume those people are coming in to testify later to say that means drugs, but we'll see.
Good morning, ma'am.
So you look at phones, and I'm going to focus on Sarah Zachary and Dave Halls, you looked at those two phones, didn't you?
I did.
And for Sarah Zachary and Dave Halls, you bookmarked very limited data that you extracted, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you didn't extract all the data on Sarah Zachary's phone, right?
I did full extractions on all phones that were given to me, ma'am.
And then you bookmarked the limited data and passed that on to Detective Hancock, right?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
And the same for Dave Halls. You bookmarked limited data and passed that on to Detective Hancock, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But isn't it true that you don't know the significance of any of the items you bookmarked and what they have to do pertaining to the shooting event, do you?
Can you phrase the question differently, please?
Sure, and you talked about this a little bit in your pretrial interview. The significance of the items from the phones of Sarah Zachary and Dave Halls. You bookmarked those, but you don't have any information. You don't know the significance of what you bookmarked in relation to the shooting event.
I don't know if I would word it as significance. I generally do what is requested of me within the request form.
Okay, so do you remember giving a pretrial interview in this case, November 29th of 2023?
I do.
Okay, and counsel, I'm referring to page 5, lines 19 through 24. Okay. Do you remember being asked, specifically with respect to the examination of Dave Hall's phones, so of these items from his phone, do any of them have any significance to this event, this shooting? And answering, I don't know. I just bookmark it for the case agent. That way she could make her determination.
That's correct. I did say that.
Okay, so then you'd agree with me that the items that you bookmarked and gave and passed on that we're talking about here today pertaining to Dave Halls and Sarah, you don't know the significance of those items pertaining to the shooting.
Well, ma'am, it is not my job to determine significance.
Exactly.
I just determine, or I don't even determine, I just find what is asked of me within the request form, and I leave it up to the case agent to continue her investigation with it.
Okay, and you also don't have any texts between Sarah Zachary and Seth Kinney before October 21st of 2021, right?
I do not remember.
Okay, do you remember did you review your report prior to coming into court to testify?
There was multiple reports for this, and unfortunately I can't commit all of them to memory.
Okay, so sitting, sure.
I can't believe the amount of issues there are with this. I mean, this is not. Byron is a turbo autist. Yes. All right, let's see here. Why are we? Also, guys, if you're wondering why that attorney left, I guess it says Hannah doesn't want her to talk to him anymore. I'm assuming Hannah didn't like to hear what he had to say and tried to fire him. So he tried to withdraw, and the judge said, no, not yet. Not till the day's over.
Okay. So sitting here today, is it fair to say you don't remember any text messages in your review between Sarah Zachary and Seth Kinney?
I don't.
Before October 21st of 2021?
I don't, ma'am.
Okay. And you weren't asked to examine Seth Kinney's phone, were you?
I don't believe so. That was not one of the phones that was given to me.
And you weren't asked to examine Alec Baldwin's phones, were you?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Is that unusual to you that in a shooting case, not to be looking at the shooter's phone right away?
Not always.
Okay. But regardless, the work you did in this case was limited to what Detective Hancock specifically directed you to do. Fair?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Just a moment here.
I don't know why we needed a moment for that. That's
Redirect.
Mr. French, are you aware that Mr. Baldwin submitted his phone for extraction in the state of New York?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
This witness is excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next witness.
He calls Luke Hayes. And just for the record, I'm going to reserve Mr. French just in case.
All right. So please don't talk to any other witnesses, sir. And also, as a reminder, no witnesses that have not been called yet should not be on the watch live stream or the reserved ones, other than experts.
He's like, that's okay. I'm going to go look at kitty porn at work. Sorry, have a good one. It's like, don't worry about me. I'll be watching child pornography.
Just let's hang on and do it when we get there. We've got to go through his background.
Generic screen name saying, what attorney left? The attorney yesterday who had the beard, who was on Hannah's side, the bigger guy. His name was Bullion. He's gone.
Okay, case judge, raise your right hand.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Have a seat talking to the microphone.
Your Honor, pursuant to our agreement with security in terms of firearm safety, Mr. Rice is going to provide Mr. Haig with a box that has a firearm in it.
It has been cleared.
Yes. I suspect Mr. Haig will clear it again.
It is cleared.
Sir, can you go ahead and state your full name for the record?
Lucian C.
Is that the gun?
Haig, spelled H-A-A-G,
Is that it?
How do you spell your first name?
L-U-C-I-E-N.
How are you currently employed?
I have my own consulting firm in Carefree, Arizona, Forensic Science Services.
What does Forensic Science Services do?
I'm involved in firearms evidence examination, primarily the reconstructive aspects of shootings, distance determinations.
Is this the guy who also repaired the gun? Because they sent it out to somebody. I think he might have been the one who repaired it too.
Long-range shootings, is it a ricocheted bullet? How close was the gun when it was discharged? Those are all reconstructive issues beyond the usual identifying a bullet or cartridge as having been fired from a gun. That's something.
Remember, chat, the gun was rebuilt and repaired to make it functional again.
I also do, but my main focus is the reconstructive aspects of shootings.
What were you asked to do in this case?
Well, a number of things to determine how
And let me stop you real quick. Were you asked to do reconstruction, or were you asked to do more examination and identification?
Identification was a small part of what I did. I did do that with the evidence cartridge case, but primarily reconstruction.
In this case?
That's correct.
Okay. And can you give the jurors an idea of your background and experience, please?
Yes, most criminalists, which is my professional title, have a degree in one of the physical sciences. Mine is in chemistry with some minor in physics. That was obtained in 1963 from the University of California at Berkeley. I then went to California State College at Long Beach, taking 2 more years of study, which included 2 semesters of criminalistics. That course was taught by the primary firearms examiner for the city of Los Angeles. Other courses were mathematics, clinical chemistry, documents examination. That takes me to 1965, when I gained employment with the City of Phoenix Police Crime Laboratory as an entry-level criminalist. I was sent on to Arizona State University,
He's like a
local
proto
university,
CSI
for
guy.
additional coursework. I started attending meetings of professional organizations that deal with firearms evidence, because that became my main focus in the crime lab. Although I worked in all sections, I later supervised them. My real interest and passion was the ballistics or firearms unit of the laboratory. I left there being the City of Phoenix Crime Lab in 1982. So I was there about 18 years. I'd been doing some private consulting, some teaching at that time. I was an instructor in criminalistics, which included firearms evidence. I started my own company when I left the City of Phoenix. My company became my full-time employer, and I've been working there ever since.
Sir, do you have any professional memberships?
Yes, there are a number of them. The most important one is an organization called AFTE, A-F-T-E, the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners. I'm a longtime member. I became president in 1985 and 86, served on a number of committees. Other organizations include the California Association of Criminalists. That's the nearest regional area. I'm a distinguished member of that organization. I'm a member and fellow in the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, which has a criminalistic section. I'm an associate member in a European organization. That's most of them.
Okay. Can you summarize for us your presentations and publications?
Yes, I'm very passionate about presenting evidence among our peers in the AFTE group. So to date, I've presented, and most of them have been published, about 200 publications over the last 50 years or so. I've authored with my younger son, who you'll probably hear about,
a textbook on shooting incident reconstruction, which is now in its 3rd edition.
He touched on Wilkes Booth's revolver. Oh, funny stuff. Also, the Trump got the GOP in Michigan. I mean, was that really something like we didn't think was going to happen? But this is going to be a good. This will be a good expert. He is going to be a very, very good expert.
Titled Shooting Incident Reconstruction.
Have you received any citations or awards?
Yes, the AFTI group I mentioned before has voted me Key Member of the Year award several times, distinguished member status. Likewise, the California Association of Criminalists, and they have a fairly uncommon award called the Roger Green Award. That's for historical work, and I'm very interested in history, especially cases that involve the use or misuse of firearms. So I received that award from the CAC.
And have you been qualified as an expert in the areas of firearm examination and or reconstruction?
Many times.
Approximately how many times?
Well, over the last more than half a century, 57 years, several hundred times, I'm sure.
Have you been qualified in both state and federal courts?
Yes, I have.
Have you been qualified in numerous states in the United States?
About half of the states in the United States and several foreign countries.
What foreign countries?
Northern Ireland, case in Guam.
Car bomb specialist.
I think, and in Canada.
Okay.
Several times.
Sir, do you have any particular interest or expertise in single action revolvers or old Western style revolvers?
Yes, I'm interested in all types of firearms and their mechanisms, but single action guns are, of course, what we see in Western movies. They're fairly straightforward. They're historic. Sam Colt is a well-known name, and he was an inventive genius, and his firearms to this day are still prized as collector items if you're so lucky as to have an original.
And how did you become involved in this case?
I think it started with a phone call in March of last year, where I was well aware of the case. I'd heard about it. I didn't know much about it other than there'd been some sort of a misadventure on a set with a death and an injury. So after that, documents were received. That's where I start every case. I want to read what's known about the case, what the issues are. Interviews were sent to me, a lot of photographs, and ultimately, in July of last year, I went to the local property room with the custodian there, and along with my younger son, Mike, we received, well, I think an inventory of over 50 some items, but some of these had sub items in them. So that was the beginning.
As a part of the document review that you did in this case, did you review the ballistics report and the case notes from the FBI?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so expert?
Okay, is there any objection to tendering I'll ask the court to accept Mr. Hague as an expert in firearms examination and reconstruction.
All right, no objection. Yes, he's such an expert. Thank you.
Sir, so in addition to reviewing the FBI examination report and the case notes, you also took numerous items of evidence into your own possession and performed testing on those items. Is that right?
That's correct.
And was the evidence revolver in this case that I'll refer to as the Baldwin revolver, was that one of the items that you took into your possession and tested?
Yes, it was.
Let's start with the FBI report. Let's go ahead and give me a screen. Mr. Bowles, is Mr. Hague your witness?
Yes.
Do you want to look at these real quick?
I wonder what the guy's got in his briefcase. That's the thing I'm a little confused about. Because that was a big briefcase. Like smuggling cocaine briefcase.
Your Honor, I'm going to move for the admission of States Exhibits 130 through 146 and permission to publish with the witness as we move through his testimony.
Any objection?
No objection, Your
All right, states 130 through 146 are admitted and you may publish.
Sir, so we have on your screen States Exhibit 130, but before we speak directly to this, ultimately, did you form an opinion, and I know we haven't gotten there yet, but we're going to, did you form an opinion about how the damage to this firearm occurred?
Yes, I did.
And did you also form an opinion as to the working condition of the firearm when it was received by the FBI?
I did.
Let's start there. What was your opinion with regard to the working condition of this firearm when it was initially received by the FBI?
By various means, I could see that it was in proper working order as designed by the original inventor.
And tell us what you took into consideration in coming to that opinion.
Well, there's several ways. One of them is on my screen. I don't know if it's on your screen or not, but it's from the FBI examiner's report, a man named Bruce Ziegler, I believe.
Bryce, yeah.
But I looked at all of his photographs and notes. And on the left side are the 4 positions that the hammer can have with this gun when it's working properly and undamaged. The top one shows the hammer fully forward and down. That's the way it would appear if you had just fired it or even dry fired it. The next picture down looks pretty much the same, but it's not. The hammer is about 1/8 of an inch rearward, and now it has engaged an internal mechanism, a safety notch. So now the hammer and firing pin cannot reach a live cartridge. The third picture down is the loading position, also known as half cock. The previous position could be called, and it's often called, quarter cock. At that half cock position, the third picture down, the cylinder, which capable of holding 6 cartridges, is now free to rotate. Prior to this, in the upper 2 pictures, it was locked and secured by a small latch that we can't see in these pictures. Final picture, and the most important one, the hammer is at the full cocked, ready to fire position. You can now see the firing pin in the hammer, that it's fully rearward, and it's staying there. That will be important later.
And if you would, describe for us what the firearm is that you have in front of you. Is that this exact gun?
It's the brother to the evidence gun. Same make, model, caliber. It's just not the evidence gun.
And would you demonstrate for the ladies and gentlemen of...
Guys, when we actually were in, we reviewed this document a while back. So this is the thing that they've talked about already. When we learned about how they destroyed the gun in testing, we saw the FBI report and Lucian Hagg's response to all this. We've already seen this before, and I'll explain how he rebuilt it as well.
The jury, the different positions, and also specifically the half-cock position and the rotation of the cylinder.
Sure. Well, I checked it, but again, just so everyone feels as comfortable as they're going to be around a firearm.
Hang on just a second.
You should probably stand in the middle.
Yeah, do you want to stand? And
Sure.
That would be great.
I'm left-hand dominant, so I have to explain that. The hammer is fully down. If there were a live cartridge in this gun, the firing pin would be resting right against it. So this is an unsafe carry position if it were a loaded gun. It would also be the position if I had just fired it. There would be a spent cartridge. The firing pin would be deep into the primer of that cartridge. You can also see that the trigger is back. Now when I pull it, there, that's the safety position. Very little movement, but the hammer is now about 1/8 of an inch rearward. Trigger's just popped forward, so it's got an internal spring that is reset it. Cylinder is still locked up, cannot rotate. Now when I pull it to the load position, you may have seen the cylinder rotate already. It's free to rotate now. The little latch that I mentioned, which we can't see, has been pulled down by that motion. There's a loading gate here on the side that's opened, and this is where I would either remove fired cartridges or place live cartridges up to a total of 6. After loading it, fully loading it, I close that gate. I have 2 choices. If I'm ready to shoot, I'm going to cock it. And if I decided what I'm going to shoot at is to be shot at, pull the trigger. Hammer falls off of a ledge, a little notch. Actually,
God, I still wanted that to go off. That would have been so funny. Pow!
it's more of a step on the hammer. So now we're back to where we were going to go. If I'm going to fire it again, pull it all the way back. Hammer stays in position, which we saw in the photographs, which again is important because when we get to the damage that occurred with the gun, hammer won't stay there. If I'm going to let it down, if I'm going to render this gun safe, I decide I'm not going to shoot. I do have to pull the trigger, but I get my thumb firmly on this spur. Pull the trigger, let it down, Once I get past the halfway point, I can let go of the trigger and it engages the safety notch again. So there's all the steps. It's called a single action. Probably heard that term a couple of times because pulling the trigger accomplishes one single thing. It fires the gun.
In terms of,
Yes, John Brown.
sorry. In terms of that loading gate and the loading of the gun, if you were to show me the primers and the head stamps of the rounds that you have in the gun, and we know that there are none, but we're just gonna play pretend. Show me how you would show me what's in that gun.
Well, I bring it up, no one downrange.
Here, maybe we go this way. So that
I bring the hammer to
Yeah.
cock.
Okay, we want to show that you're. Let's go over here. So they can see behind
okay.
us. There we go.
She used a term.
Wait, why would you hold it up? Why wouldn't you just open it up and kind of show them like this and then show them so it's facing down? Why would you have it up? People's heads are up. Put it down. Also, if it's up like this, shit can fall out, homie. There's a better way to do that. Like, I'd be like, hey, come here, look, see? Click, 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 click. Like, I disagree with how he's displaying this firearm right now.
The head stamp, it's what's written on the cartridge, and in the middle of which is a primer. So if she wanted to see, or any of you wanted to see, are there fired cartridges in here? Live cartridges, all 6? I just rotate the cylinder. And we go a couple of times around, see if there are any empty chambers or fired cartridges or live rounds. If we want to take them out, if they're live, you just dump them out. If they're fired, you need this ejection rod here to knock a spent cartridge out because it's expanding.
So if you were to show me the rounds that you have in the gun in this manner, I can only see the head stamp and primer of one cartridge at a time.
That's right. In this view, from behind the gun with the gate open.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Can you take my seat?
Yes.
He's probably still got the original firearm in his case.
So when you, thank you. Is there anything else that you can think of from the documents that you reviewed that went into, that contributed to your opinion that the gun was in proper working order when it?
Yes, he cleared the chambers when you heard him going click, 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 click underneath the table. That's what he was doing. In fact, I mean, it sounds. Hold on. I'm sure you guys are gonna sit there on the farms and figure out what all those beeps meant. So when you heard this noise, hold on. I don't know if you guys can hear it that well, but that was him clearing the chambers. So that's when you heard that.
Was received at the FBI.
Yes, the examiner was able to fire at least 12 live cartridges for comparison purposes to recover bullets in fired cartridge cases. The gun had to be in working order to do that. Had it been in the condition I later found it, you wouldn't have been able to do that.
And the condition that you later found it, can you just kind of describe what was wrong with it when you took it into evidence? And I'm going to pull an 8 up. This is going to be an exhibit that's already entered into evidence, Exhibit 97A.
It had been partially disassembled. It was in a gun box with some ties.
I'm working on it. Hang on.
And I've seen this picture before, chat. The gun is beat. The gun is in a million pieces, and he reassembles it and reconstructs it. So,
Pardon me. Where's my?
why was the combo all zeros? Well, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, man. My password was password.
You can, use it to draw lines and all kinds of stuff.
So it's a touch screen.
It is if you need some assistance.
This is one of the many FBI pictures, and you're looking at 3 parts of the gun. The obvious one's the hammer.
He's going to show you how to mark it and get rid of it.
How do I erase it? Okay. The hammer's pretty obvious. Here's the firing pin. really wanted to make a circle. It's making arrows. And you tricked me. Okay. Okay, we're looking at the hammer, and I'm really pressing hard. The hammer, the important part of the hammer are these notches you can see here. There's two clear notches, something goes in them. Well, one of them is the safety position. The next one is the load position. The one that's very difficult to see, and I almost obliterated it, is down at the bottom of my circle. That's where the full cock step would be, but it's been peened, P-E-E-N-E-D. It's been knocked off, rounded off, and it's full of very rough tool marks. The piece that would fit into each one of those is the trigger. And the trigger is the black piece here, but the tip of the trigger, in the industry it's called the sear, S-E-A-R. That's the piece that goes in those three locations. And it really rests on this step when it's in the full cock position. So that's somewhat tenuous, and the pulling of the trigger causes it to slide off, the hammer to fall. There's a little piece in that circle I just drew. That's the broken off sear of the trigger. So it's an incomplete trigger. And finally, the object up here has two names. The company that makes this reproduction gun calls it the bolt, B-O-L-T. I've always called it a cylinder stop latch. It was the thing that was securing the cylinder in the safety position, in the full cock position, but not in the loading position. The left side of that goes up into the notches in the cylinder for those previous positions and drops down and allows the cylinder to rotate in the load position. So looking at those both photographically and in person, I could see that the full cock step or notch on the hammer was broken away, beaten away, or knocked away. Kind of hard to describe it if you don't see it under the microscope. And the sear was broken off. And the stop latch, the little wings, there's two pieces that protrude out. That also was broken. And the gun can't work in the normal fashion if it had been that way on the movie set.
And based on your document review, do you have an opinion about how the bolt, the trigger sear, and the hammer were damaged? What took place that caused that damage?
The hammer had to be in the full cock position and one or more substantial blows, impacts to the hammer. Because it's just sitting, the sear and the trigger and the full cock notch are just sitting there engaged with each other. And it's a small area. So if you give a substantial blow, one or more, to the back of the hammer, it is stressing that area. And it will finally, and did, finally fail. And I can see under the microscope a lot of very rough tool marks where it's just rolled over and rounded off. It's no longer a step. It's a rounded area, which cannot retain the trigger even if it was intact.
What's your understanding of the circumstances of the blows you're talking about?
Hold on. You want to say full cock? Yes.
I understood reading the examiner's notes and report. It was an evaluation of whether this gun was prone to accidental discharge by an impact to the hammer.
Okay, we're going to look at a few other photos here. Before I take this photo down, I'm going to pause. Yeah.
Councilor Park.
Oh, shit, I gotta go. Damn. So. Uh-oh, we got the double lightning. Into 2.0.
Mr. Haig, let's shift gears for just a moment. Based on everything that you reviewed and also the examination and the firing of this gun that you yourself participated in, have you seen any evidence that the full cock hammer notch was filed or modified to allow faster shooting?
No.
Thank you, sir. I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 134. Can you explain to the jury what we're looking at here?
Yes, you're looking at two triggers from a Colt reproduction single action revolver. The lower one is from probably the very pistol that's here today. It was a new Pieta Colt single action that my younger son owns. So that's the way it should look. The one above is the broken damage trigger, and the tip of the sear is not even present in this picture. So that area that's missing, just trying to get the hang of this, it's right there.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 137. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, this is a view through an instrument called a stereo microscope, to which a camera's been attached, and you're looking at a putting back together, so to speak, like a broken teacup, where I'm putting the two parts together, and all that roughness you see there are manufacturing marks. Those aren't breakage marks, but just when they made the part on the one side of it, it's been machined, and under the microscope you can see those lines. So if you look at that, you can sort of see the contour agrees, and if we put them, my son and I put them right back together, you just see a faint line. So we deliberately pulled them apart a little bit so you can see they're two pieces, not just a crack in a piece.
So just to be clear, what we're looking at here in State's Exhibit 137 is the trigger with the top part of the, part of the sear, and then the part of the sear that was broken off. Is that right?
Yes, two pictures back. If you remember, there was a little piece of metal off
I'm pretty sure he calls that broken part a shear. I'm not an engineer, but it sheared off
to one side and the trigger with a piece missing. That's what you're looking at here. Those have been put back together, are brought close together under the microscope.
And this is just a demonstration that the piece of the sear that broke off fits back on to the trigger sear mechanism, sort of like pieces of a puzzle.
Yes, very heavy.
Okay.
But it's not ground off or rounded off. It's snapped off. It's broken off.
State's Exhibit 138. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Again, you're looking through the microscope at the evidence hammer as I saw it. And this area, try to do this a little better. That's where there should be a nice right angle step, and there isn't. It's just rounded off toward the right. The other two are the load notch, and they truly are notches, and the quartercock or safety notch. But the circle area should not look like that. There's no step there at this point.
And it's your opinion that that was shaved off during the aggressive
Yes,
testing at the
roughly
FBI?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 139. Can you tell us what we've got here?
Council, may I ask, were these introduced, were they admitted
Yes,
earlier?
I believe so. I asked to admit,
Oh, 133, 146, okay, thank you.
got it, okay. Go ahead, sir.
You're looking at four hammers in sort of an oblique view. Three of them, my younger son and I provided. I bought two. He took one out of the revolver you saw here today. But the one here is the evidence hammer. And if you look across at the other three, you can see that they're visually quite different. And again, the evidence hammer has very little left for the sear of even an unbroken trigger to rest on. So that was the purpose, just to show what do these things look like, and does the manufacturer make them in a
Reason I'm not talking about the sear. I'm talking about the part that broke. In engineering terms, when it breaks like that, where it goes, that's considered a shear. There's shear and fracture are the two kind of breaking terms. There's others, but we're not talking about the sear. We're talking like the sear suffered a shear on it, and that part broke off. So that's what we're trying to say.
reproducible way. And of course, they do.
Okay, thank you. State's Exhibit 135.
Yes, this is the, again, company calls it the bolt. I know it as the cylinder stop latch. You, as a user, would only see that part. Comes up and down inside the frame of the gun to lock the cylinder up or to release it. The rest of it's well within the gun, and it's being operated when you pull the hammer back. And it's broken. One of the little ears or tabs is broken off.
Can you hold up your exemplar revolver and just show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the area of that bolt that you have circled? Can you just show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the notches on the cylinder where that engages?
Sure. You might be able to see the notches here that come around. That's where the latch goes in. You can't see the latch unless we disassemble the gun. If you were to have this in the jury room and you were to look through here, there's a little bit of daylight. I can see it pop up and I can hear it go into the battery, so to speak. But otherwise, you will not see it. You just know if it's working or not.
And show me, I'm sorry, can you show me the notches on the cylinder where?
Sure. Let's bring it to the load position.
Let's walk around so that they can see it just a little bit better, especially since it's a dark metal. It's hard to see.
That's going to be a really hard part to see unless you shove it in each juror's face, because the cylinder stop does pop up and engages in those cuts in the cylinder. That's going to be hard you're going to have to each one of them's going to have to peer into the channels to see that.
I'll just walk down the line. My finger's right at one of them.
Come in front of the jury. Yeah, that's what we want.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to shift gears real quick because then we're going to have to move to another machine. Were you also asked to examine some ammunition in this case?
A lot of ammunition, yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 131. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What's that?
It's a disassembled 45 Colt cartridge with a type of bullet known to the shooting community as a semi-wad cutter bullet. The red material is just a lubricant. There can be any color. So it's not the red color that's important. It's the shape of the nose of this bullet, called a semi-wad cutter.
And what's this? That's State's Exhibit 132.
That's a much better picture of the contents of that packet. The cartridge case is on the right. The semi-wad cutter cast lead bullet. This bullet was made in a bullet mold. Is right there. You can see the truncated cone is the $10 description of that nose shape. It was going to be a cone, got truncated at the top. Again, semi-wad cutter bullet is the other name for it. And in the vial is the propellant, and that's a propellant very well known to me, called Trail Boss. It's designed and intended for cowboy action shooting and lead bullets in traditional firearms like this.
And sir, what was your understanding of the source of this cartridge? And when I say source, I mean in terms of the relevant locations in this case.
This was one of a number of cartridges like this that came from a supplier in Albuquerque of ammunition,
Okay.
props, dummy cartridges, so on.
Do you know if that was PDQ props?
Yes, I recognize the name.
Okay, thank you. And State's Exhibit 133, what's this?
This is one of 5 live cartridges that were recovered by investigators from this scene. You can probably see that the powder looks very different. It's smaller, it's darker, it doesn't have that little donut shape. The bullet style is also very different. Setting the blue lubricant aside, this is a round nose bullet with a truncated nose. So it would have been completely round had the bullet mold not had this flat area to produce this flat appearance. And this is pretty much like a traditional bullet from the late 1800s, early 1900s. And again, a cartridge case, 45 Colt cartridge case is on the left. So if we have a live primer in that cartridge and put it all back together, it's a live cartridge, not a dummy.
So Mr. Haig, if I went to a gun store and I bought a box of ammunition, let's say I'm buying 45 Colt caliber ammunition, would that box perhaps include what we're seeing in 133 and also what we're seeing in 132?
From professionally made purchased ammunition, you're not going to see an M&M situation or mixed bullets. They're all going to be the same weight, style, same kind of propellant, same head stamps, and of course the same kind of primer. They can come either nickel plated or plain brass.
And the live ammunition that was taken from the set of the movie Rust, can you describe the characteristics of that live ammunition in terms of the head stamp, the primer, those just sort of exterior identifying?
Yes, if we could go back to the other
Sure.
exhibit with the blue bullet, there's one of them. You can't see the primer, of course, because the cartridge is turned sideways, but it's a nickel-plated primer. It looks like chrome, shiny nickel-plated. If it were back-loaded, you would only see the top, basically half of the bullet. The part with the blue lubricant would be inside the cartridge case, and the powder, the gunpowder in the little vial would, of course, be inside that cartridge. So putting it all back together, you'd have a complete round of ammunition. The head stamp, you've probably heard that term plenty of times, so I don't need to define it, for these cartridges was Starline. It's a very well-known manufacturer of cartridge brass, They do not manufacture loaded ammunition, at least not as I sit here today. So Starline's well known. I use it myself. I'm a hand loader. That's what you would see if we turned that cartridge up so you could see it.
And what color was the primer on the live ammunition?
I think I said it, but I'll repeat it. Nickel plated, shiny.
I apologize. Thank you. And let me ask you, do you know, can cartridges and ammunition that look exactly like this be purchased at local gun stores?
In the gun stores I go to, yes.
Yes, you can
And,
buy it everywhere.
At my request, did you obtain some and send me some pictures?
Both my son and I bought boxes of commercial 45 Colt ammunition with lead round nose bullets with a flat meplet is the fancy word, M-E-P-L-A-T. It's the flat spot on the nose. The powders weren't necessarily identical to what we see here, but they're a type of pistol powder.
It's the default cartridge for a 45.
States Exhibit 141, what's this?
This is the outer box of one of those, which I believe my younger son Mike bought this one. HSM is a small ammunition company. And you can probably read, it's meant for cowboy action shooting. It's a popular contest with traditional single action shooters.
Of course, he's a
And those
staff
cartridges have the Starline head stamp and lead bullets with flat noses on them.
I'm going to get there. Let's go to States Exhibit 140. What's this?
Well, you can see 4 of the cartridges and their head stamp in an oblique view. That they don't say Starline, but that's their symbol. 2 little asterisks with a line going between them. And then, of course, the cartridge designation, 45 Colt, and nickel primers, shiny nickel-colored metal.
And States Exhibit 143.
This further characterizes the weight. In the United States, bullets are weighed in an archaic term, frankly, called grains, 7,000 of them in a pound. But 250 grain is the traditional classic weight of the Colt bullet. So this company, HSM, now tells us you can expect if you were to shoot one of these bullets and collect it and put it on a balance that weighs in grains, it's going to be around 250 grains, plus or minus a grain or 2 from the shooting and impact process.
So the grain comes from weighing the bullet.
That's right, just the bullet, not the cartridge or the powder.
And just as an aside, did you examine the projectile from this case, the projectile that was removed from Mr. Sousa?
Yes.
And are you aware of whether or not that projectile was 250 grain at the time that the FBI had it and the time that you had it?
Yeah. No, it had lost some weight. It started out live, in my opinion, as a 250 grain bullet, but it suffered reduction from probably 2 sources. A heavily fouled bore, in other words, the gun barrel through which this passes had a lot of fouling in it from a black powder substitute. I was able to duplicate that phenomena. So the bullet now, like squeezing toothpaste, gets squeezed down a little bit and it gets some rubbed off. Plus, it went through 2 people and it struck bone. If you've seen pictures of it, or if you do later, it's got a lot of impact damage from striking bone. So for those 2 reasons, it weighed about 240 grains, as I recall. 10 grains is not much. And it was now reduced in diameter to about 44 instead of 45.
But in your opinion, that projectile started out as a 45 Colt 250 grain bullet.
Yes.
And let me go to States Exhibit 144. What's this?
One of the cartridges from that box of ammunition that you saw earlier has now been removed. So you see it's nice and shiny and new in the brass. And the bullet is, again, not too unlike the one with the blue lubricant in it. It's round nose and it's truncated, so it has that flat front called a meplet.
And just for completeness, States Exhibit 146.
Yes, it's just a closer view of one of the cartridges from that HSM ammunition company.
So this cartridge has the same physical characteristics in terms of the shape of the bullet, is that right? And we're comparing them to the live rounds found on set.
Yes.
And
There you go.
they have
That flat
both have
part's
brass
the mid flat
casings,
up
is that
there.
correct?
Yes,
They both have the Starline
Just
brass
mid
head
flat.
stamp,
that's right.
and they both have nickel-plated primers.
Yes, yes, they do.
Thank you.
So there you go.
That's fine. Okay, thanks. We'll just need to make a note of it like you did. I appreciate that. Let's connect over here. Sorry, guys. Mr. Haig, at my request, did you meet me in August at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department? August of 2023.
Yes.
And can you summarize for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the exercise was that we engaged in that day with, also I think your son was assisting us.
Yes, he was. we had been requested to reassemble the evidence revolver with the broken parts, mainly the hammer and the trigger. With I think just the broken hammer with the knocked off full cock step to see if it even could be cocked and would retain the cocked position.
And while we were there, did we take some videos?
I'm sorry?
Did you record some videos while we were there?
Yes, we actually did it a number of times after we reassembled it, with and without the cylinder in the revolver, and videotaped, I think, 6 runs in one session and 3 or 6 in the other.
We're only going to watch 2.
Okay.
Okay. Let's do it. I'm going to get them started once you give me the screen. What's that? Thank you, Judge. Where are we?
We're up to 147 now, so this will be 147.
This is 147. Okay, hang on. Bear with me here. We're ready.
So let me stop it. Move into evidence, states 147 and 148, any objections?
It's actually going to be 147 and 147A.
Okay. All right, any objection? All right, so 147, 147A is admitted, you may publish.
Let me turn that volume down. I'll play States Exhibit 147. Hang on. I took it down too far.
All parts on with the following exceptions.
Is there an issue with audio?
The evidence revolver. Describe what we've done to put it back in operating condition. All the parts on the revolver are original with the following exceptions. This is a new trigger and sear, same piece. It's the original hammer. It does also have a replacement bolt or cylinder catch. Otherwise, as mentioned, every pin, screw, spring, whether that's the main hammer spring or the flat spring that operates the trigger, are original to the revolver.
So what we did is just as a recap. This is the Baldwin gun, is that right?
That's correct.
And the hammer, or I'm sorry, the trigger is a new unbroken trigger, is that correct?
That's also correct.
And the bolt that we saw in the photos that had kind of lost an ear, is that replaced?
Yes.
But the hammer that's in this gun is the original hammer from this gun, is that correct?
But damaged, yes. And that was the whole point. Does the damage, how does it affect the operation of the gun if we isolate the hammer?
So this is the hammer that you believe was damaged at the FBI?
Yes.
The full cock position. Hammer falls and is captured at the half cock position. Again.
So what did you ask your son to do? He's the one holding the gun.
I asked him to go through the normal cycle. If you produced this firearm and cocked it and expected the hammer to stay cocked until you pull the trigger, it will not. Because that full cock step or notch has been rounded off, the perfectly brand new trigger cannot retain the full cock position. The hammer falls to what you just saw, and it falls to that half cock notch. So the good trigger and its sear drop into that notch, preventing the gun from firing. So that's intentional. That's what Mr. Colt intended, is somehow the gun got worn and the hammer started to drop. When you cocked it, it's going to get captured. And if it gets past that point, it'll be captured by the quarter cock notch.
It demonstrates the positions of the hammer, normal positions. From full down where the firing pin is protruding from the breech.
Can you see the firing pin protruding from the breech in this video?
Yes, when I first described how this gun works for you, the hammer is fully down. So it's either just fired a cartridge, or this would not be a good way to carry this gun with live ammunition, because that firing pin is resting right against a live primer if there was a cartridge in this gun. And it wouldn't take much of a blow. You don't have to hit it hard. Just drop it from a few inches in this configuration, and it'll fire.
To the gun. And from here, the trigger will not allow the hammer to drop because of the shape of the notch in the hammer. From the half-cock or low condition also, pulling the trigger does not drop the hammer.
And the cylinder is now out of alignment with the axis of the bore.
And then
Tell us what you mean there, and why is that important in gun handling? You indicated that the cylinder is now out of alignment with the axis of the bore.
Well, the two things you just saw was starting to bring the hammer back all the way. Went through the safety notch, cylinder's still locked up. But when you get to this position, the cylinder now rotates a few degrees, more than a few, about 10 or so. If somehow you were able to fire this gun from that position that you're looking at in the screen right now, there's going to be a real disaster because the bullet can't go down the barrel. Maybe half of it might, but the other half is going to be jammed up against that area. That's really hard to do. And you're probably going to blow the cylinder apart. You may get injured. So there again, what Mike and I were demonstrating is it's called a slip off. If you're trying to cock the gun and you lose your grasp on it, the hammer falls, that safety notch captures it. And now if we get this far, it still is going to be captured, but somehow if it got past that, the safety notch, you're going to have a damaged at the minimum or a destroyed gun and probably an injury to yourself.
And in this position where the cylinder is no longer aligned with the axis of the bore, does the firing pin hit the primer every time?
No, it can hit it just at one side, and primers are designed to detonate, and it's a proper term, with basically a central hit in the primer. If you get off to one side, you'll often have a misfire, a failure to fire. And if it gets any further than that, it hits out in the head stamp area, doesn't hit the primer at all. The more that cylinder rotates out of phase.
which normally would be caught, unreleased, drops. And with lateral pressure, both directions, this one slipping the thumb off to the right side of the hammer, this one slipping the thumb off to the left side of the hammer, all catch on the half cock as long as the trigger.
Why the example of the hammer slipping?
Why would we do that example? It can be a misadventure with this kind of firearm. One of them I described, you're trying to cock it and you lose control of it. If you haven't pulled the trigger, what you just saw will happen. Nothing. It'll capture the hammer. Similarly, you can cock a gun and then decide, as I demonstrated, I want to let the hammer down. You don't want it cocked. You're going to have to pull the trigger. You're going to have to coast that hammer down with a good thumb on this area called the spur. And when it gets past the safety notch, the proper thing is to let go of the trigger and the safety notch will capture it once again.
All right, this is August 24, 2023.
Right.
Mike Haig and Luke Haig at the Santa Fe Sheriff's Laboratory.
Let's look at State's Exhibit 147A.
This is all.
Just tell us before we play it, what are we looking at here?
This is the same evidence revolver. You're now looking at the other side, and we've removed the cylinder and the cylinder pin.
Is everything still the same though? We've got damaged hammer, everything else works.
Yes, everything else is the same. I think we wanted to see the stop latch working at one point.
Okay, we'll go ahead and play this.
2023 in the property room of the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office. And Mike, you're on to describe what we've done to the evidence gun. So it's the item 1 revolver, the Pieta. Original parts include all the pins, screws, grip, the original hammer. It has the original hammer spring as well as the original flat spring that operates the trigger. The trigger is a replacement trigger, so the top of the sear is a functioning original piece. And as I said, original hammer. It does have a replacement bolt as well. Otherwise, all parts are original.
Okay, and the hammer's in the fully forward position at this stop. The normal full cock position. Hammer falls, doesn't hold, but the half cock notch captures it. Let's do it again.
I'll take it all the way down. We can see the quarter cock notch also functions. Half cock functions. And then all the way to full.
And you can see the stop latch finally in that view. It's this little piece right there. It went down when it got to the half cock and then came back up when it reached the full cock position because that locks the cylinder in alignment with the axis of the barrel.
And again, when it was in the full cock position and it was released and it fell and was caught at half cock, that was why?
That was as designed. That's what it should do. In that situation, the cylinder would have been aligned, but in a way it doesn't matter because it wouldn't fire.
No, I'm talking about when your son pulled it into the full cock position and it didn't stay there. Why didn't it stay there?
Again, the former full cock notch or step has just been beaten off. It's just rounded. There's no step there any longer. So it'd be the same as the edge of this witness stand. If it were round, I couldn't do that. Slip off.
Okay, I'm just going to go slowly through the video so that we can see the bolt that you were referring to. So I'm starting this video at 1 minute and 9 seconds.
There you can see the stop latch. Right now it's up because it's locking the cylinder if the cylinder were in the gun. And it's still up because we're falling from the full cock. If we'd come from the hammer down to this very position, it lowers itself so we can rotate the cylinder and load and unload the gun.
Okay. Just for completeness, we'll finish playing it.
Hold, but the half cock notch captures it. Let's do it again. I'll take it all the way down. We can see the quarter cock notch also functions. Half cock functions. And then all the way to full. And it fails to hold, but is captured at the half cock. I'll apply some lateral pressure to the hammer as I release it as well. That was to the right. This is to the left. And of course, because of the notches on the hammer, pulling the trigger at the safety notch or the load condition, those do not release the hammer.
Okay, I think that covered it.
So based on the experiment that we did with this gun back in August of 2023, even if the hammer of the gun was damaged on October 21st of 2021, would the trigger have to be pulled for the gun to fire?
Two things. Yes, the trigger would have to be depressed or pulled. The hammer would have to be at the full cock position, and it can't be damaged because it would do what we saw here. And what you just saw here would not fire the gun.
So hypothetically, though, even if it were damaged on October 21st, the operator, that being Mr. Baldwin, would have had to have pulled the trigger.
If you could get the hammer to stay at the full cock position, that's the difficulty to overcome.
Which it doesn't want to do.
It will not do.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to examine the spent casing from the Rust Moody set in this case?
Yes, I did.
Did you make any conclusions about whether or not that spent casing was fired from this gun?
Yes, I did.
What's that?
I'm in agreement with the FBI examiner. I was able to match it under the microscope. There are tool marks on the breech face of the gun that print themselves, literally stamp themselves into the primer. And yet there were a number of test-fired cartridges that the Bureau prepared, that I prepared, and under a specialized microscope for this purpose, I could see a very nice identification. So in my view...
Yeah, Alex screwed. I mean, we already talked about this. I know we went over the report before. But yeah, watching that in live real time, the video presentation, this guy does such a great job. Yeah, Baldwin's going to have a really bad day. I didn't touch it. Well, yeah, you did. We know you did.
Fired cartridge was fired in this gun. And then I went on to look at the shape, location, and depth of the firing pin impression as the next important question.
And let's go ahead and talk about that. Everything that you learned from the firing pin impression and what that tells you about the position that the hammer of the gun was in at the time it was fired.
It tells me two things. That the cylinder was locked up and aligned, so the hammer had been pulled all the way rearward. If it had not, it wouldn't be in alignment from what I've shown you. Secondly, the depth of the firing pin impression told me from doing test fires, multiple test fires, and measuring all the 12 that the FBI lab conducted, that it was a cartridge that was fired from a full hammer fall, not from an effort to let the hammer down and slip off or any other misadventure, but rather a normal hammer fall from the full cock position.
One final demonstration for us, if you would take your revolver out and come in front of the jurors. And you can stand right here so that you can speak into the
I know we've watched it a bunch of times before. I remember showing you guys it months ago, where he does a cross draw and his fingers on the trigger as he pulls it out because he's got shitty trigger discipline.
microphone. So just for completeness, I would like for you to demonstrate to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, using this exemplar revolver, the position that what had to have happened on October 21st, in your opinion, for this gun to fire. Let's show them rather than give them a verbal description.
It had to have a normally function, undamaged hammer. The handler, in this case, Mr. Baldwin, had to get it to this position. If you let go of the hammer, it would stay as you see it here. Pulling the trigger will fire. Now you can do that as quickly as you cock it, or you can wait minutes, hours. So when you do that, if there's a live round in there, it's going to fire. Firing pin impression is going to have the full depth from this. And I've done it, if somehow I did this, I'm trying to let it down. I'll let it slip, it either won't fire at all, or it makes a much shallower firing pin impression. I did that multiple times with the evidence gun and with the exemplars. I own several of these, my son owns several of them. So I can distinguish by the depth and the centering. This was a normal hammer fall from the full cock position.
So had the gun fired at a position less than full cock, lower than full cock, in between full and half, or half and quarter, you would be able to tell that by the depth of the firing pin impression. Is that correct?
What I call a slip off. If you're trying to let the hammer down and you get about the halfway point and it slips, you also have to pull the trigger, by the way, it'll be a much shallower firing pin impression. It doesn't hit the strike, doesn't strike as hard. And from the quarter cock, if you're trying to put it in safety position and you lose control of it, again, you have to pull the trigger. It just makes an indentation in the primer, doesn't fire at all.
Thank you, sir. If you can take your seat. Sir, in the what we call the discovery, in the documents and information that you reviewed, did you have an opportunity to review some videos of Mr. Baldwin on set in the church pulling the gun out of his holster?
Yes, I did.
And are you familiar with that type of holster?
Yes.
Are you familiar with this type of gun?
I'm sorry?
Are you familiar with this type of gun? I think you've indicated you are.
Yes, I think I own 6 or 7 of them.
Okay. Is there anything particularly difficult?
Oh, they're going to talk about his cowboy action experience there to talk about the holster draw.
Or dangerous about pulling this style revolver out of that style holster, in your opinion?
Not so long as you don't load it, or if you do load it, that you don't cock it and pull the trigger. Otherwise, it's safe. It's an easy movement to make. I have no problem with how to do that.
When you say it's an easy movement to make, can you think of anything, that the gun might get caught on, or anything that could create danger?
Not realistically. Again, the hammer secures itself well to be drug across clothing. And if it fell without a trigger pull, and the trigger is well shielded with a trigger guard, but if somehow the hammer got pulled off the full cock position, you've already seen what's going to happen. It gets captured at the half cock position.
All right, thank you. I'll pass the witness. Mr. Bowe, I'll have you disconnect us.
Maybe approach for a moment.
Well, it's going to be fun when Alec Baldwin's up there because he's probably going to do a cross draw. I assume that's going to be part of the thing. Yes, he's going to say everything that guy said was bullshit. Thank you. And
Our lunch break. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. We'll be back at council. What time do you think? Council?
Yes, Your Honor, I apologize.
It's 11:38. You want quarter of?
yes, these guys are defense attorneys, so they probably know each other. We're going to just get through some stuff real quick here. Yeah, not using 44 Henry rimfire for historical accuracy. I know. But by the 1880s, they would have had center fire cartridges. So Henry rimfire would have not have been the only game in town. Chastarian Fraud says being a firearms expert on a movie set is like being a diversity officer on campus. It's not really a field of expertise people have. No, a lot of movie armors, like the real movie armors, like run the prop houses. Those are gun dudes. I mean, like Ian McCollum for Forgotten Weapons. They collect guns and they've got all kinds of guns. So some of them are real gun people. Eric Fulham says, could the jury nullify based on that fist bump? A jury can make your verdict based on whatever the hell you want. If you want to nullify, you can be whatever reason. You say, screw it, I hate the police. Nullify. I mean, whatever reason you want to, not guilty. So yeah, you could. Sweet Tooth had a really good question here. The prosecutors, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, no, we don't worry about that. We just say, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We don't do that. If somebody goes, well, I'm a non-biased, I'd be, thank you, sit down. So Branca loves a special prosecutor because she's a great defense attorney. Okay. Branca had notes he would use this lawyer if he was ever in a self-defense case in New Mexico. Okay. That's good to know. So he's talking about Carrie Morrissey, the special prosecutor. Interesting thing from Branca there. I'll have to reach out to him because I'll be like, hey, I heard you say that. 4400 Redfire was the only offering till the originals, till reproduction started. Yes. In Henry's, yes, but in Winchester's, you could get him in any caliber. She was Dean Cummings' lawyer? Okay, good. Well, she did a good job. So, yeah, but Hannah's looking like a tool in this case.
Sure.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, so, quarter of one. Do I have that right?
All right, so we're going to skip ahead here. I love how the judge says an hour, but it's like almost an hour and a half, hour and 15 minutes. This is so funny. Oh, we'll come back in an hour. It's like 90 minutes later.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, I wanted to ask you first off, I think your conclusion, what you stated earlier, is that based on your expert review of that Baldwin revolver, the shooter had to have fully cocked that weapon and pulled that trigger to cause it to fire. Is that? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. That
What
weapon
happened?
and pulled that trigger to cause it to fire. Is that? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Sir, if I can ask that again, I think your conclusion, and correct me if I'm wrong, was that the Baldwin revolver that you examined in your expert opinion, that the shooter had to have fully cocked that weapon and had to have pulled that trigger all the way, pulled the trigger to fire.
Yes, on the first part, I bifurcated my answer in the report. Either pull the trigger, which I regard as a volitional act, or have already depressed it. If you've already depressed it, the very instant he let go of the hammer, it would fire.
So, sir, for example, if Mr. Baldwin were cross-drawing that weapon and had his finger in the trigger guard, and then he pulled it and it had it fully cocked and it slipped and let go, would that fire that weapon?
Only if he had the trigger pulled or depressed. They're similar, but I make a slight distinction between it being depressed versus pulled.
Okay, so, sir, so either way, that shooter had to either have it depressed, have his finger in the trigger, or pull that trigger for that to fire.
And have it cocked.
And have it cocked.
Fully cocked.
Fully cocked.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, now, I noticed earlier when you were doing a demonstration with the jury, you exercised extreme muzzle discipline, I'm going to call it. You learned that, correct? Not to ever point that weapon at an individual, a human?
Long ago.
Yes, sir. Been around guns a long time?
I have.
And one of the most important rules, and I saw when you walked down, you had it either down, up, it was never pointed at a person. That's one of the most important rules of gun safety, isn't it?
I agree.
Okay. And sir, another rule that I noticed when your son was on that video, and when you were demonstrating, you never had your finger in that trigger guard. Is that another rule you learned from a long time ago?
Well, we were demonstrating something there in which the trigger saved the gun from firing. If we had depressed it, of course, it wouldn't be a useful demonstration.
No, and I understand. My question wasn't good. You never put your finger in that trigger guard until you were ready to pull that trigger in some manner.
Yes.
Okay. Now, with regard to the cross draw, I know you've been around guns for a long time, but with regard to the cross draw, would you agree that somebody that was not familiar with that draw would need to have training on that draw?
You'd have to have some understanding of where the firearm is, how the holster works, whether it's got a safety strap or not. And then, of course, get it out of that area and swing it around, as was shown in the videos that I've looked at of Mr. Baldwin.
Yes, sir. And did you see the video where when he pulls it out, his finger is in the trigger guard? Did you see that?
I certainly did.
And again, that can be very dangerous, sir, based on your expert conclusion, if he has that fully cocked, correct?
And it's loaded and fully cocked, yes.
Yes, sir. And so when you watch that video, did you make a determination as to whether he should have drawn that with his finger in the trigger guard?
It's been a while since I've looked at it. I was trying to decide a couple of other things. If that's the evidence gun, I was satisfied it was because of the plain bare metal hammer. And then, of course, looking at, can I really determine if his finger's inside the trigger guard but not on the trigger itself? I could never resolve that.
Okay.
Because of the camera angle.
And in any event, you should not have your finger on the trigger in that cross draw.
Well, it doesn't matter what it's a cross draw. It's if you're going to cock the gun, which he did after it's out. I do remember that. When it's out of the holster, you can see him cocking it. It's now clear of the holster. But I'm back to, I can't tell if he's already got the trigger depressed or it gets pulled later.
Okay, sir. And with regard to your conclusion, I want to make sure I was clear on that. I know that you, and I don't want to use the word critical, but you didn't think that aggressive testing by the FBI was a good idea?
I didn't think it was necessary in this case, given the context. What are the issues in the case? In my mind, it was never an issue that the hammer got struck by anything or that the gun got dropped.
And so you didn't believe that the FBI even needed to do that test?
From my viewpoint, no. It was not a useful or necessary test to strike the hammer of the fully cocked evidence gun.
Did you also say that you did not find any damage to that weapon that would have prevented it from firing as designed? And I'm talking about not after the FBI, but prior. Is that your conclusion?
Yes, if the hammer were replaced and the trigger replaced and the bolt, it was a perfectly functioning, authentic replica of a classic firearm.
Okay, sir. And in your inspection of that weapon, that Baldwin revolver, did you see any modifications that would have changed the firing characteristics of that weapon?
No, not at all. In fact, I went through, I think there are 12 other revolvers. 9 of them are Pietas. And I took them all apart with the help of my younger son, Mike. And we looked at the sears, the triggers, the full cock notches, and they were all equivalent. You could have swapped them out because they're carefully manufactured parts. So that's how I addressed and answered that question in my own mind.
Okay, sir. So other than the FBI testing, breaking those components, you didn't see any other evidence of modification or damage?
I did not.
Okay, sir. With regard to the rounds that you were talking about, the Starline brass is used by hand loaders at times. Hand loaders use Starline brass. Is that true?
Yes, that's their primary market. I'm one of their consumers. Small ammunition companies like the one in the box of ammunition that the prosecutor showed earlier have also used their brass. Remington, Winchester, they of course have their own.
So, and can you tell the jury a hand loader, if they use, they can use any type of primer, any type of powder, any type of bullet in a case, right?
That's definitely not true.
Okay, what is a...
Well, let's start with the primer. That's the spark plug in your car. It's the spark plug in ammunition. There are large pistol primers and there are small pistol primers. The Colt cartridge requires a large pistol primer. There are also rifle primers that have the same dimensions, but they're harder and usually have more explosive in them. The same way there's small rifle primers. So you got 4 types. Then they could be plain brass, if that's your pleasure for aesthetics, or nickel plated. And I've seen them both ways. So you got 4 types and 2 finishes. There are even some that are custom for bench rest shooting and other exotic competition, but those are the 4 main. The powders, yet another thing. There are powders that are specifically manufactured for handguns. You've got a big bore and a heavy bullet that's got to be accelerated in a short distance. So those powders have to burn very fast and produce their energy. Rifle powders, if you shoot a 30-30 or a 30-06, you couldn't take the powder that's in one of your rifle cartridges and put it in a pistol cartridge and get it to work. It'd basically fizzle or squib. They burn it. It's like sawdust, sticks, and logs. Powders burn at different rates for shotguns, pistols, and rifles. So there's a lot of thought that's gone into this.
And if you don't do if you do like pistol powder and rifle, you get. If you do the rifle powder like that, it'll go. It won't work. But pistol powder and a rifle, oh boy, it can give you a big day.
Over the last century and a half of how you make all this come together to not blow up the gun, to achieve the desired pressure and velocity, and of course, produce an accurate shot.
Yes, sir. And so did you have any evidence when you looked at the live rounds from the rest set that those were hand loads or those were some other type? Did you determine that?
Well, they're in Starline brass, which is sold for hand loaders. But as I said, a commercial manufacturer can buy Starline brass, just as you saw in that one box. The bullets look more amateurish to me. In fact, I have that same bullet with the blue lube, and it's a cast bullet. It doesn't come in cartridges. So I don't have a definitive answer on you. They were virgin cases. That means they hadn't been fired previously and then reloaded. They were shiny inside. So they were first time assembled, and the powder Their physical forms, just as I mentioned, look like a powder called Bullseye, which is probably the oldest pistol powder around. It's very popular. I use it myself. It's normally associated with hand loaders, but it doesn't stop the industry from buying a ton of it and loading a few million rounds.
Okay, sir. So you didn't make a definitive determination, but those rounds appeared amateurish, which would be more like a hand load. Is that fair?
Yes, that has kind of a demeaning character to it. I pride myself on my hand loads, and they look fine, but they'd already been disassembled, so I didn't get to see the quality of the crimp and just where the crimp was made. That's where you hold the bullet in the cartridge case. I wished I'd seen them before they were disassembled.
Disassembled. So, but when you looked at it, it did appear. I'm just trying to establish. It did appear more likely to be a hand load.
Yes.
Okay. And if we could have Gunner, if I may approach the witness.
Are you going to mark that?
Yeah, this is State's Exhibit 110. This has
All right.
already been.
No objections, yes.
Okay. It's already been admitted into evidence? Oh, yeah, if we can put. Okay, I'm gonna do my best with this. Mr. Haig, I hope you can see this.
Yes, I can.
Okay, do you see, this is State's Exhibit 110 that's been introduced. Have you ever seen this photo?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me get that. So, Mr. Haig, on the right, that you're looking at right now, I have it under it. What is that type of powder?
It's a pistol powder. In my opinion, it's one called Trail Boss. That's a brand name, designed for cowboy action, loads in handgun, centerfire handgun cartridges. And its characteristic shape, as I say, it looks like little donuts or tires if you magnify it. It's a dull gray. It's also what's called a single base powder. I use it myself. It's just an old friend. It works well.
Okay, sir. Now I'm going to move this over, and I'm going to show you this other type of powder. And what do you call that type of powder?
Of the many physical forms, it's called disc flake. That's with a hyphen, disc flake. It's little flakes in the sharp shape of discs, like little gray hockey pucks under the microscope. And without a scale, I couldn't compare that any further to, say, Bullseye or some of the other disc flake powders.
Okay, and now I'm going to try to zoom in here. Do you see in the middle of the ones you just described, you see that donut-looking shape? Right in the middle.
I see it. I don't see it as a powder particle. It's something in the holding device.
And by holding device, what do you mean by that?
I don't know. I didn't have benefit of having this in my hand to actually empty it out, as I recall. So I don't know what it is. It's not powder. That's all.
You don't think it's powder?
I'm convinced it is not a propellant for powder.
Okay, but you don't recall that particular thing when you looked at it, or when you had it? Or what did you just say? I didn't understand.
If I looked at it, I was again firsthand. I was again interested in the propellant as to whether I could identify it on the basis of morphology, and I didn't get anywhere beyond. It's a disc flake powder popularly used in pistol cartridges, handgun cartridges.
Okay, so as part of your work in this case, did you ever see the photographs from PDQ Props from Seth Kenny's business?
I know I saw a number of photographs after a production of materials there, search warrant, I suppose you'd call it, and a lot of the ammunition, plus the FBI did a lot of x-ray images of cartridges from that facility.
Did you remember the way that place looked in terms of its organization or disorganization?
Only vaguely.
Okay. All right, and we may show you some pictures of that, but you never went there personally?
I have not been there.
Okay, and you've had no contact with Seth Kenny yourself?
That's also correct. I don't know the man. I've not met him.
Okay.
I don't think they cleared the galley. I just don't think anybody showed up today. There weren't many people to start with, guys. This is like, it's how bumfuck New Mexico. So like, people aren't giving a shit. This isn't the person people want. They want Alec.
Did you, with regard to the rounds on set, did you measure or inspect all of the rounds? For example, there's been 250 dummy rounds. Did you go through all of those?
Over a period of 5 days, yes.
Okay. And did you go through all of the live rounds, you said?
Yes, definitely. Looked at all disassembled, but 5 rounds.
Okay. And other than what you told us, anything else about those live rounds? You did tell us the blue loop. Any other matters that you investigated that you determined about those?
Well, I probably said earlier this morning, those are hard to cast, meaning the lead has been hardened. It's not dead soft lead like you get out of an x-ray machine. Cast bullets there's another way you can make bullets that the manufacturers do, but casting with a mold, bullet mold. And yes, I now must recall the propellant in the disassembled live rounds looked like the powder I mentioned, bullseye. And I didn't see that in other sources in this case.
Sir, can you tell a jury what a light strike misfire is, if that term's familiar to you?
Yes, I usually separate the terms, but let's just start with a misfire is a cartridge fails to fire for some reason. A light strike could be one of those reasons. That means the hammer didn't fall its full distance, or it was retarded by something. It was going to fall, but something got caught up in it. Or the example I gave earlier, I did it with the actual evidence gun, pull the hammer back with real ammunition, pull the hammer back to the quarter cock, that little distance where the safety would set, but I had the trigger depressed, and then let the hammer fall. That would make it'd be actually hard to see. A little tick mark, T-I-C-K, a little tick mark in the primer, but it wouldn't fire it.
And observing that after that happened, if you observe that round and you can see that little strike in the primer, is it true that round can still go off the next hit?
Yes. If it didn't fire and a primer had a tick mark, one of these little light indentations in it, and you put it back in the firearm and drew the hammer all the way back, it's just going to fire.
And sir, one other area you mentioned that the gun barrel, Baldwin revolver, it was dirty.
Well, it had to be dirty when the evidence bullet went down the barrel.
Okay. And let me just ask you, does it take some time for an individual to properly clean a gun that's been firing black powder?
Whether black powder, I saw no evidence black powder was used in this case, but I know what you mean. There's a substitute called 777, which acts like black powder. They both leave a lot of residue in the gun barrel, and it can be difficult to get out, especially if you don't know what you're doing, because it's largely water soluble, and modern powders, like you just showed me in the picture, are not water soluble. So you need to know, okay, this is 777 or black gunpowder, and I've got to get this stuff out. You're gonna have to scrub it out with hot soapy water is the best way, and then dry the gun barrel out.
Okay, sir, and I appreciate that. I know you operate a business. Were you paid or compensated in this case for your work?
For my time, of course.
Yes, sir. And how much have you been compensated?
Well, my wife handles the bookkeeping, so I don't know for sure, but there's been quite a few hours. As I said, 5 days just looking at all this evidence alone. Then another one, I came over here in July to look at the clothing, and then in August for the videos you saw. So there's 5, 6, 7, 8 or so days.
And what's your hourly rate?
$350 per hour.
Okay. Okay, and I thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
Redirect.
Mr. Haig, did you look at all of the disassembled live rounds from the set of Rust?
Yes.
Did any of the primers on those live rounds have those tick marks?
No.
And just to be clear, when we were looking at photos earlier, the photo of the ammunition that came from PDQ Props, you described that bullet as a semi-wad cutter.
Yes.
Okay. And can you definitively say that the live rounds from the set of Rust were kind of homemade sort of reloads as opposed to the HSM brand that we looked at on the photos that you and your son purchased?
Yeah, I wouldn't demean that ammunition to that degree. It's subtle, but if you shoot all the time and load ammunition, I recognize them as, in all likelihood, hand loads. I wouldn't describe them as shoddy or poorly made, or sometimes I'll see dents in cartridge cases and the bullet's been improperly seated. So nothing wrong with them. They look like perfectly suitable hand loads. I've seen prettier. I'm sure seen a lot worse.
Are you, I just want to be clear, are you testifying to the jury that you don't believe that those rounds that were found on the set would have come from a small manufacturer like HSM?
I can't rule it out, but the ammunition I've purchased in .45 Colt from various manufacturers, and those that my younger son Mike has purchased, have a higher quality. The bullets are slicker, shinier.
Okay. And you were asked some questions on cross-examination about gun safety and Mr. Baldwin having his finger in the trigger guard of that gun. You recall those questions?
I do.
Based on your review of the evidence in this case, is it your understanding that Mr. Baldwin was told that the gun was cold or inert before he put his finger in the trigger guard?
Yes, it's my understanding from reading the documents, the cold gun was given, meaning there's a gun on the set, but there's nothing in it that's going to fire. No blanks or, of course, live rounds.
And the dummies in this case that rattled, you examined some of those, didn't you?
Yes, I did, a number of them.
Do you mind my asking, sir, how old you are?
83.
And sir, with your 83-year-old ears, were you able to clearly hear the rattle?
Not always.
Not
especially,
always.
Especially in my right ear.
Okay.
And
Do you
I had
think
to
do you think that's an issue with your hearing?
I thought it was subtle even when I listened with my good ear, my left ear.
The rattle was subtle.
Yes.
So in order to hear that rattle, you have to listen pretty closely, right?
Yes, and it gets more complicated. Some of them had one pellet in them, others had 2 or 3. So now you've got the advantage if you happen to pull one that's got 3 in it, better opportunity to hear it rattle.
Okay. Sir, are you familiar with the term inertia bullet puller?
Sure.
Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, it's a very simple device. It looks a little bit like a hammer, only it's clear plastic. It's got a cap, and you put usually a live cartridge or maybe one that's failed to fire. Anyway, it's a cartridge. It's got a bullet cartridge case, primer. Put it in this device, and you hit it on a hard surface. Good old Isaac Newton works out for us. The hammer stops, and the heavy bullet keeps on going. Now, it may take 3 or 4 hits, but you separate the bullet from the cartridge in a non-destructive way. So you get the bullet, you get all the powder, and you get a cartridge case. It's pretty routine if we want to know what's this ammunition loaded with, how much powder, what kind of bullet, because you can't see all the bullet when it's in the cartridge case. So it's a common tool. I think I have 2 or 3 of them.
So the inertia puller is a device that is designed to disassemble live ammunition. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I don't have anything else.
All right, thank you, sir. Excuse. Next witness.
We will call Corporal Alex Hancock.
Where's the
Okay, guys, real quick. So that's about as good as a firearms expert you're gonna find. That was very, very good. This guy's very sharp for his age, yes. Yeah, he did a very, very good job of describing things. And yes, he basically torpedoed Alec Baldwin. When this happens, like you heard, it was like, oh my God, Alec Baldwin was handling like a moron. Yes, this guy's coming back for Alec Baldwin. Game over, done. I can't wait for them to hear how they go after him because they're going to be tough. They're really going to have to attack him on, when they have him up on cross. It's not going to go well. In this situation here, this didn't really do much for the defense, but it also didn't hurt the the only thing it hurt with the defense is saying, well, the gun malfunctioned or something could have happened. So I think Baldwin's waiting to see what happens here if she ends up getting convicted. So this didn't hurt. This didn't hurt Hannah, really. The other people so far have done far more damage to Hannah than this guy did. Bronco made a big deal about not having a firearms expert. Yeah, what could the guy have said? Yeah, that's not, I don't see how it's going to help them either. So we'll keep going from here, though.
Get this off.
Where am I? Guys, we're going to try to speed up a little bit because it's getting 10 o'clock already. We need to get done. Also, guys, tomorrow at, hold on one second real quick. $11 a.m. Central, guys, we are going to have a special. I'm sorry, 11 a.m. Yes, 11 a.m. Eastern. We are going to have a special show, special live. All right. So keep your eyes peeled. We will be live at 11 a.m.
Thank you. Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Have a seat.
Detective Hancock, go ahead and state your name for the record.
Alexander Hancock.
How are you currently employed?
I am currently a corporal with the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been employed at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office?
A little over 6 years now.
And have you only worked at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Okay. On October 21st, 2021, what was your position with the department?
So on October 21st, 2021, I was a detective in the Criminal Investigations Division, and I was assigned to the Violent Crimes Division.
And how did you become involved in this case?
I became involved in the Rust case. We were working that day in the office and got notified that there was a shooting on a movie set.
And when you received that information, what did you do?
So we met essentially as a team in investigations, and at that point we had essentially split up assignments. We do this with any sort of major case like a homicide, shooting, stabbing, anything like that. So we'll meet with the supervisors and then the entire team, and then at that point we'll divvy up essentially who's going to do what at that time.
Tell us how you divvied things up.
So at the initial point of this case, there was actually another detective that was assigned the primary, and I was assigned as secondary. So what that means is that the primary is pretty much the head of the investigation. They're essentially in charge of what's going to happen, and then they divvy up responsibilities for the rest of the team from there.
And who was that person who was originally assigned primary?
His name is Joel Connell.
And is he a colleague of yours?
Yes, yes.
And at some point, was that designation changed, and were you assigned primary?
Yes, about 2 weeks later.
On October 21st, just so that we understand who was doing what, can you give us the names of the people that you yourself interviewed on the 21st of October?
Yeah, so the day of the incident, I was assigned to take some individuals back to the sheriff's office to be interviewed. Those individuals involved Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, who is here in the courtroom today, David Halls, and Alec Baldwin.
And those are the three people who ultimately were criminally charged in this case, correct?
That is correct.
Would you agree with me that you did basically the primary interviews on October 21st?
Yes.
And so while you were interviewing kind of the main players on October 21st, what was Detective Cano doing?
So Detective Cano had stayed at the ranch, so at the Bonanza Creek Ranch, and it was my understanding that there were additional people who were inside of the church at the time that the incident happened that he had interviewed and had assistance from another detective. So essentially they stayed on scene and used a like a movie trailer or whatever was designated towards them to interview all those other people.
And why were you guys interviewing people at the same time? You in one location, him in another location?
Because of the amount of people that we had to interview, and at the sheriff's office, we only have one interview room.
Now, you were present in the courtroom when Officer LaFleur and Mr. Benavides testified. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What's your opinion with regard to their sentiments that this was a difficult scene because of the number of people?
Yeah, I would say it produced a pretty big problem for the sheriff's office just because of the fact that there were so many people on this movie scene, hundreds of people, and there were so few of us at the time.
Now, in addition to interviewing Mr. Baldwin, Ms. Gutierrez, and Mr. Halls on October 21st, 2021, did you also conduct a subsequent interview with Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes, I did.
And was her attorney, Mr. Bowles, present for that interview?
Yes, he was.
And did you have numerous subsequent telephone conversations with Mr. Baldwin?
Yes, quite a few.
At any point in time after October 21st, did you conduct an interview of a witness by the name of Sarah Zachary?
Yes, I did handle her initial interview was with Detective Connell, and then I had a follow-up interview with her sometime in November with her attorney.
And did you also conduct an interview with an actor by the name of Jensen Ackles?
Yes, I did.
Did you conduct an interview with the witness that we heard from earlier, Catherine Rowe Walters?
Yes.
And did you interview a gentleman by the name of Zach Sills?
Yes.
Did you interview a gentleman by the name of Seth Kinney?
Numerous times.
When you say numerous times, how many times do you think you spoke to Mr. Kinney?
Over 5.
And did you interview a gentleman by the name of Thel Reed?
Yes, I did.
Let's start with...
Guys, in that interview of Hannah, I think she's the one that we can't see her face. She's the one sitting way back in the room. So I think that was her.
Mr. Reed, how did you come to conduct an interview? And just to be clear, I think it was telephonic. Is that right?
Yes, it was.
How did you come to conduct an interview with Mr. Reed?
So my initial, I guess the way that I had originally heard about Mr. Thel Reed was that he was Hannah's father, and Jason Bowles, Hannah's attorney, had actually brought him up after the second interview that I had conducted with Hannah. Essentially saying that Thel wanted to provide a statement as to where the live ammunition may have come from on set. Jason had emailed me
When you say Jason, you mean Jason Bowles?
Yes, Jason Bowles.
had emailed me a typed out statement. And at the bottom of this statement, it had Thel's name on it. At that time, I had advised to Jason that that would not be a sufficient statement for me because I hadn't conducted the interview myself, and that essentially a word typed statement, not signed, not really identified from anybody, would not be sufficient for me. So I had discussed with Mr. Jason Bowles that if Thel wanted to provide an actual statement to me, that we needed to set up an interview.
And did he do that?
Yes, he did the following day.
And did you interview him?
Yes.
Was that prior to asking the court to authorize a search warrant on PDQ props?
Yeah, it was about a week before.
And under what circumstances did you become aware of Seth Kinney in a manner that caused you to start to have to interview him and interact with him?
So from the beginning of the investigation, my first interactions with Seth Kenny came from the search warrant that we had done on the prop truck, which was on the set of Rust. I had essentially told Seth, or had communications with him, that I was going to need to get inside the safe on the prop truck, which is where we were told that they had stored guns. And instead of breaking open this safe, we had asked for someone to come to set with the code for the safe in order to open it, so we didn't have to do all that extra work. So my first interaction in person with Seth Kenny was during the prop truck search warrant.
Hang on just a second. So Mr. Kinney showed up and opened the safe for you?
Yes, he did.
And on that day that you were doing the search of the prop truck, do you recall what date it was?
It was October 27th, 2021.
And did Mr. Kinney kind of hang around there outside the prop truck and you were able to visit with him?
Yes.
Was Mr. Kinney cooperative with you?
Yeah, he was extremely cooperative.
Did Mr. Kinney bring you samples of live ammunition from PDQ props?
Yes, he did.
And did Mr. Kinney provide you access to text messages on his cell phone?
Yes, several times.
Did he provide you access to information on his tablet?
Yes.
What was the reason, or reasons rather, that you determined that conducting a search of PDQ props would be appropriate?
So throughout the investigation, we obviously had the unanswered question of where this live ammunition may have come from. During Hannah's secondary interview with me, I found that ammunition that was supplied to Rust actually came from 3 different sources. One of those sources...
And let's back up real quick before you get there. The interview that you did with Ms. Gutierrez on October 21st, 2021, did you have a conversation with her about who provided ammunition to the set?
Yes.
And who did she say provided ammunition?
Seth Kenny.
And then you conducted a follow-up interview with her in November.
Yes.
And that was when Mr. Bowles was there.
Correct.
And that's what you were going to start telling us about, right?
Yes.
Go ahead, proceed.
So in that secondary interview, Hannah had disclosed that there were actually 3 sources of ammunition that went onto the set of Rust. One of them, her original, being Seth Kenny from PDQ, Arm and Prop. The second supplier was an individual named Billy Ray, and he was part of the business Spots and Props, I believe it is what it was. And then the third source of ammunition for Rust was herself.
How many boxes of dummy ammunition did Ms. Gutierrez tell you that she herself provided to the set of Rust?
So 1, and then she had stated that she had brought other dummies and ammunition in gun belts.
Okay, so I think what we were discussing is what went into your thought process that caused you to decide that executing a search warrant on PDQ props would be appropriate.
Yeah, so during Hannah's secondary interview, it was identified at that point the actual physical location of PDQ, which was in Albuquerque, the 126 Monroe. And then subsequently after that, when I had gotten the statement from Thel had described that him and Seth Kenny had been training actors on another movie prior to this in another state, that they had used live ammunition. And so Thel had said that ammunition somehow came back to New Mexico and then, potentially gone back to PDQ, which is the reason that I used, along with Seth Kenny providing the fact that he did have live ammunition and use live ammunition on that set to draft that search warrant for PDQ.
Did you also have numerous conversations with Mr. Bowles?
Yes.
And were some of the statements that Mr. Bowles made also things that went into your decision to execute a search warrant there?
Yes.
What was the information you received from Mr. Bowles that caused you to turn your attention to Seth Kenny?
So from the beginning of this investigation, Mr. Bowles had made statements that he believed that there was sabotage on the set, although none of the individuals that I had interviewed
shared the same sentiment. So none of the people that I had interviewed thought that this could be sabotage or, that someone did this intentionally to Hannah. And so given the fact that Mr. Bowles had continuously told me about, Seth Kenny and the fact that he may have supplied the live ammunition and that he was a supplier of ammunition is why we decided to take that path into investigating him.
Now, the interview that you conducted with Mr. Reed that went into your decision to apply for a search warrant, did Mr. Reed actually tell you specifically the kind of rounds that he recalled being on the set of 1883 that would now be in the possession of Seth Kenny?
Yeah, he described the live ammunition to have a semi-wide cutter top.
All right. Corporal, were you present in the courtroom for opening statements?
Yes.
Did you investigate Seth Kenny?
Yes, we did.
And based on Mr. Bowles' communications with you and other information, you actually applied for a search warrant and you conducted a search of PDQ props, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you spoke to Mr. Kenny numerous times, I think you testified to.
Many, many times.
And he was completely cooperative with you?
Yes, for over a year, I believe.
And, sorry.
Okay, I was just going to say, we had numerous conversations for an extended period of time.
Is there any particular reason that you didn't ask him for a DNA swab or a fingerprint sample?
Yes, so during my investigation and the interviews I conducted, there was never any testimony or reason to believe that Seth was ever on the set of Rust. Anything that was handled through him or any of the ammunition or anything that had been brought to set had been picked up by another person in Albuquerque or they had met outside of the set.
And just to be clear, Corporal, the live ammunition that you seized from PDQ props, what did you do with it?
We submitted all the live ammunition for testing with the FBI.
And did you receive information that the live ammunition from PDQ didn't match the live ammunition on the set of Rust?
That's correct. It didn't match at all.
And isn't that in line with what Thel Reed himself told you about that ammunition being semi-wad cutter?
Yeah, so the statement that Thel had made about the type of ammunition that they were using matched what we found and what was provided by Seth Kenny.
So you found at PDQ exactly what Thel Reed told you you should find?
Yes.
And it did not match the live rounds on set?
That's correct.
Oof.
Let's talk about the cell phone extractions that were done in this case. And let's go back to October 21st when we're on the set of Rust. Do you know why cell phones from every witness on the set weren't collected?
There was, obviously a lot of people that we were dealing with, and it's not standard practice, especially when we are still investigating, to just go and take people's possessions from them.
If I'm a witness to a crime, do you just get to come seize my cell phone?
No.
Do you get to put me in handcuffs?
No.
Do you get to put me in the back of a patrol unit?
No.
In fact, there was an extraction of Ms. Gutierrez's cell phone, correct?
That's correct.
And you didn't have to ask for a warrant. She consented to that.
She did consent.
And was there an extraction done of Mr. Baldwin's phone?
Yes.
And where was that done?
Suffolk PD in New York completed it.
And did Mr. Baldwin do that voluntarily, or did you have to execute a warrant?
So I had initially applied for a warrant for his phone, and it was approved here in New Mexico, but he was located in New York at the time. And so we ended up, actually the DA's office and Mr. Baldwin's attorneys ended up essentially getting his phone and doing his phone on consent as well.
Was a cell phone extraction done of the cell phone of Mr. Halls?
Yes, it was.
And did you have to get a warrant, or did Mr. Halls consent?
He consented.
Same thing with Ms. Zachary. Was there an extraction of her phone?
Yes.
Did she consent?
Yes, she did.
And Mr. Kenny shared with you the information from his phone that you asked for?
Yes, numerous times.
Is there a reason that the prop truck wasn't searched until October 27th?
Yes, so with the initial information that we had been given and that we responded to the day of the incident, the entire incident in itself had occurred inside the church. So that was our, primary area that we were going to be investigating and processing and looking into, because that's where the incident occurred. Additional information that we had received was obviously involving the prop cart that Hannah and the props team was using, and that's why we,
process that prop cart as well. We didn't have information until later on that this prop truck had been involved in the props department and that we would potentially need to be looking for evidence there, which is why we didn't conduct that search until a few days later.
And Corporal, why wasn't the search of PDQ props done until the end of November?
Because the information that I had started receiving in terms of PDQ didn't come until, I believe it was November 9th. The statement that I was given from Thel, or my interview with Thel Reed, was November 17th. We had also received some evidence back from OMI November 22nd, and then I had another interview with Sarah, her secondary interview, on November 29th. So this is all stuff that I'm involved in and I'm conducting and doing myself. So November 30th was essentially the first day that I had available to do that search warrant, and I requested the search warrant that morning and got it done that afternoon.
Do criminal investigations involving 100 witnesses sometimes take time?
Absolutely, even ones that don't involve that many people.
Can you explain to the jury why latent fingerprint testing was not requested on the live rounds found on the set of arrest?
Yeah, absolutely. So during my interviews with all the people that I initially interviewed, there was statements from them that the gun that Alec Baldwin was using was taken from the church, that Dave Halls had taken it from the church, that he had handed that gun to Miss Reed, directed Miss Reed to essentially empty all the bullets from that gun. So in doing so, with Miss Reed emptying the bullets and examining them at that time, I know she touched them. I know her DNA or potentially her prints are going to be on those bullets. So it didn't make sense for us to DNA or latent test that round, because I know who touched it, and she wasn't the only one that touched it after that. In addition to that, the other live rounds that were found in gun belts, the box or the ammo box, and the carts had all been handled by several people during this movie set, especially after the shooting. I had gotten statements that they had been handled by several different people. And not only that, but the gun belts that contained the live ammunition were said to have come from another set. And so for us, and in speaking with the DA's office, as well as the FBI, our representative from the FBI, it didn't make sense. It would be a test that just wouldn't yield anything that we were looking for.
And why wasn't DNA testing requested on the live rounds or the spent casing?
The spent from the gun?
From the set, yes. I'm sorry, the spent casing from the gun or the live rounds from the set of arrest. My apologies.
I'm sorry, you're saying why wasn't it?
Why wasn't DNA testing requested?
Okay, essentially for the same reason, because of because of all the various people that had claimed to handle these rounds.
And did you also hear in previous testimony about FBI policies?
Yes.
And were you notified of those policies during the course of your investigation?
Yes, I was.
So if you had requested it, they would have refused?
Correct. And we did have that discussion with our FBI representative who was assigned to the case here in Santa Fe.
Now, we understand from previous testimony that you sent the gun that was being used by Mr. Baldwin to the FBI for testing. Is that correct?
Yes, we did.
And prior to the testing being done with the mallet, were you notified that that testing could potentially result in damage to the gun?
Yes.
And what was the reason that you proceeded with the testing anyway?
We proceeded with the testing because Mr. Baldwin had made statements that he didn't pull the trigger, and I think his exact statement was that the gun just went off. So we needed to figure out how to disprove that theory or that statement, and that was the way that was proposed to us and what the FBI could do.
On October...
That's not how she should have said that answer. She should have said, we were trying to see if that was the case. We wanted to see if that actually could happen, not trying to disprove it. Because that makes it almost sound like you're biased, you don't believe him. She probably should have just said, we wanted to see if that was possible. So.
I'm going to go through and I'm going to play some videos of your statements with Ms. Gutierrez at this time. And on October 21st, 2021, did you have a conversation with Ms. Gutierrez when she was still on set before she was taken to the police station?
Yeah, we had some brief discussion.
Okay. And Your Honor, if it's acceptable, some of these videos, the first one isn't that long, but some of these videos are rather lengthy, and so I'd like to play them from counsel's table.
Sure.
Instead of standing.
Okay. How long are they?
The first one I think is about 8 minutes. The second one, off the top of my head, I want to say is about an hour. And the last one is between 2 and 3 hours.
All right, we'll probably take a break after the second one. The one that's an hour, okay?
Well, if it's the one we've already seen, guys, we're not going to watch it. Guys, if it's the one we've already seen, we're not going to watch it because we've already seen it. Let's see what it is. She looks like she's about to cry every time. Yeah, find the 3 or 4 times button. Let's see here. The Dream Police Station.
Just as a point of clarification for the court and also for the jury, some of these videos are at times redacted if there's downtime or something like that. So if you see a skip, that's why.
Okay, so it's coming into evidence.
Yes, and the first one that I intend to play is State's Exhibit 66. I would ask to admit it and publish it.
Mr. Bowles.
No objection,
All right, State 66 is admitted. You may publish.
Yeah, where's the restroom?
She don't work.
Just gonna back up.
Has your cycle machines and she doesn't want to go alone. Escort her.
Yeah, where's the restroom?
She don't work.
Okay.
Get that out of the way if you would. Corporal, does this microphone work? Okay. The acoustics are much different from this position. Corporal, who was that gentleman you were speaking to?
That was my sergeant at the time, Christopher Zook.
That's the same gentleman that testified earlier in this trial?
Yes.
And what are you being asked to do?
I was advised that Hannah needed to use the restroom and that she wanted somebody to accompany her. After her? Yeah. Hi there. You said you needed to use the restroom? Yeah. Okay, I can go with you. I don't know. I think it got taken. She's not. She'll just come right back here. Yeah, I'm just taking her to use the restroom and that's it. Let me just close this. Okay, where are they? Do I have to do this? Can you guys just have me wait? Well, yeah, so we're going to take you. Do you want to wait to go to the office or? Is it going to be a while? I'm not sure how much longer. I'd say not too much longer, but I can't tell you what time.
Okay. And Corporal, I couldn't hear what Ms. Gutierrez said to you at the beginning that prompted this discussion about going back to the office. Do you recall?
No, I don't.
Okay, no problem.
She was sitting in a fucking police car forever. Yeah, she just was sitting in the goddamn police car all fucking day.
The worst day of my life. Okay, things happen. Yeah? Where's your restrooms here? Right over here. Okay. I can't believe Alec Baldwin was holding the gun. That's so fucked. That's all right.
Can the members of the jury hear what Ms. Gutierrez is saying in the video? Okay, just checking.
No, he said no. One person said no.
Okay. Corporal, could you hear what Ms. Gutierrez was saying in the video?
Yes.
Can you, did we just turn it up? Okay. I'll take it back just a short bit and we'll see if that works. Thank you, George.
Okay. I can't believe Alec Baldwin was holding the gun. That's so fucked.
What did Ms. Gutierrez say to you?
Her statement was, I can't believe Alec Baldwin was holding the gun. That's so fucked.
And just to be clear, at this point in time, where's Ms. Hutchins?
I believe she's still in the care flight, the helicopter.
And you saw the previous videos, the video from Mr. Benavides. Do you recall seeing that?
Yes.
Okay. And in that video, did Ms. Gutierrez learn that Ms. Hutchins was critical but stable?
Yes. That's all right. Just take a deep breath and we'll work this all out, okay? I think that one's open. Do you come in here? Yeah, I'm just going to stand facing opposite, okay?
And Corporal, why do you need to escort Ms. Gutierrez to the restroom?
She had actually asked to be escorted by law enforcement, which is why I was with her. We take it as a precaution to accompany people into the restroom, just to I guess, ensure that they don't harm themselves, that they're not trying to hide evidence, such things like that. You guys have a lot of people out here.
Yeah. Is there like a closer comp card you guys can put me in or something?
I mean, the closest one that I can put you in is one of the ones that's like the unmarked one.
I just kind of wish that any of my coworkers could stop seeing me because I already feel super bad.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, hold on just 1 second.
I can even throw you in mine. I have an unmarked one.
Is it closed?
It's like right. We walked through them.
Okay, cool.
So
Listen, guys, all those statements don't sound too bad. They sound very innocuous. But guess what they're going to do? Oh, it's so fucked up. This is the worst day of my life. Worst day of your life? You didn't die. You know, look, they're going to use all that against her. Just be careful. Got to be careful what you say.
I don't want to go back.
okay.
Ooh, what you say?
I just wanted to step out of here and show my face in the street every time.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, I wouldn't.
How long have you been working here?
Nah, just a month.
Just a month?
Yeah. I've just been doing this job for like 9 months now.
Okay. How old are you?
24. I'm like the only female armorer in the game, and I just fucked up my whole entire career.
Have you studied armory, or did you go to classes, or how did you get into it?
My dad's one of the best armorers in the entire world, and he trained me, and I'm a fucking failure.
Let's do it. You ready? Yeah, so.
Freebie interrogation. That was a freebie interrogation. Ah.
It's these cars. Mine's actually the silver car over here.
Yeah, and
If you ever poopy,
right in front of
no.
that cop car on that thing, if you could bring it.
Okay.
Possibly.
What's in it?
Just my keys. Stuff, maybe.
Okay. Yeah, let me just figure out. Let me see.
I can just leave it, honestly. Yeah, my inhaler is in it.
Okay, do you need that?
My inhaler might be in the back of the cop car.
You know what? Let me. Sorry, we have so much gear.
Is that like,
I'm not sure. Do you want a Gatorade? It's not open. It's been.
I'm alright.
Okay. So, I'll leave that there if you want it. Okay? Yeah. Oh, you can control the window. Joe. I have to hang out with you here though, okay? Since my vehicle is. So, she doesn't want to be up in the cop car until they figure out transportation. We just let them know that I have her in here. She doesn't want to be.
This is on there?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're just gonna hang out with it here?
Yeah. Until they figure out what they want to do.
Dennis?
Yes.
Okay. So she wants to be transferred over there?
Yeah, she wants to. Right. She exactly. And she just doesn't want to be.
She's got the same name.
Well, she doesn't want everybody to see her right now. So I have her back here. Okay. Are you from New Mexico?
out of city, from Arizona.
From Arizona, what part?
What city, Arizona?
I actually don't think I know where that is. Let me know how the temperature is, okay? Do whatever you need. Have you called your parents or anything yet? Yeah, go ahead. Whoever you need to call. You know what's on okay. And then I have work. Weird.
So Corporal, at Ms. Gutierrez's request, did you take her to the restroom?
Yes.
And at her request, did you permit her to sit in your patrol unit?
Yes.
Did you turn your patrol unit on so that she could be in a comfortable temperature?
Yes.
Did you allow her full use of her cell phone?
Yes, I did.
So just to be clear, Ms. Gutierrez's phone wasn't taken either, was it?
No, it wasn't.
And then later that day, did you do another interview with Ms. Gutierrez at the police station?
Yes.
Okay, narrowed into evidence.
Yes. We would move into evidence states exhibit 67 and ask for permission to publish.
No objection.
Part state 67 is admitted, you may publish.
Started.
Uh-oh, hang on.
Before I get started, you're here for an interview, and that's what we're doing right now. Okay, just like what happened.
Can everybody hear that? Okay, if you can't raise your hand. A little bit. Okay. Let me try it. if I turn it up here, we'll go up over there. Okay, let's try that, see if I can fine tune it a little bit.
Okay. Anytime we interview somebody, especially when we take care of
George, can you just bump it up another notch and let's see how that works, if you don't mind, sir.
So we come here, we use forms. That's what she had here, but I guess she would forget them. So I just want to use those.
And Corporal, where did you go?
Look what they did, guys. Just saying. We see this interview, but remember what they showed. Remember what they showed her talking on the phone. This is not the good stuff, chat. This is not the good stuff. So here we go.
I went to go.
Popper pop last week. You know, the poppers are for special effects. It's there, but.
All right, we're going to skip ahead to the good stuff here. Ooh, this is like... Uh-oh. Quit buffering. Quit boofering.
Was fire.
Oh, God. So here's the good one. Here's the one we want to see, chat. Yeah, this is the very bad things. So... All right, guys, here we go.
From this gun, where was that spent? Let me. 68. You taken place. To admit, States Exhibit 68, and permission to publish.
No objection.
Yes.
There you go.
All right, chat, we only got an hour left. We can do this.
Here we go. All right, let's do this. Yeah. That was fast. Sam? I thought that was fast. I'm out. Oh, really? Wait. The other one was Sam? Yeah. Oh, geez.
If you turn it down a little, do you think you can hear better? I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Well, yes, but that control seems to really take it up or down significantly, so it's hard to fine tune it. Let me see if I can make it better from here, Georgia. If I can't, we'll push it down one up there.
Yeah. She was assisting. I'm actually primary on this. Okay.
I need to go up a little.
Up a little? Okay.
Yeah.
Let's try it there and see if I can get the, okay.
I totally had you guys mix that up. It's okay.
What do you think? You
I
want
was kind of like out of it.
I can't tell what this
So,
means.
I think everybody was a little bit that day. Yeah. So formality.
Does that sound okay?
I noticed that this microphone's on. I don't know if that has anything to do with it.
Thank you.
Maybe we can turn off more of these microphones and prevent some of that.
Is that one on over there? No? Okay. All right, let's see.
Mine's on and I can turn it off, and I think, Corporal, you can turn yours off as long as you remember to turn it back on when we're talking.
Okay. But remember.
All right, I'm just gonna play it from the beginning.
There you go. Here we go. All right, let's do this. Yeah. That was fast. Sam? I thought that was fast. I'm out. Oh, really? Wait. The other one was Sam? Yeah. Oh, geez. Yeah. She was assisting. I'm actually primary on this. Okay. I totally had you guys mix that. That's okay. I was kind of like out of it, so yeah. Oh, I think everybody was a little bit that day. Yeah. So formality. She signed this the first night. Okay. I'm gonna have you do it again tonight. Just that way we're all in understanding. I know your attorney's here. This is your statement of rights. Okay. Okay. Oh, thank you. Do I check all of these? Yeah. Initial them for me. Okay. I like your necklace. Thank you. It's actually a locket. That's pretty cool. Okay. Oh, what's the date? It's the 9th. I don't even know what to do with this year anymore.
Yeah.
And if you want to sign as one of the witnesses, and I'll sign as the other. Two fancy pens and all. Can make some of those too, that way. If anybody asks, I say.
Yeah.
There you go.
So everything.
All right, Hannah, so we'll start out. I'm gonna kind of go over your experience again, okay? So can you tell me your years of experience as an armorer?
Okay, so pretty much mostly really started taking on this armor job in March with my dad. We did the movie Murder at Immigrant Gulch together on the same team. I was his assistant. And then I did my own job as head armor on the Old Way after that. And then after that, I did this, you know. And before that, I had gone on a couple of things with my dad, mostly doing production assistant work, but also still kind of watching him and still kind of learning from him on the side.
Okay.
Yeah, so I did Magnificent Seven like back in 2015, and we were out there for like 2 months, and I was learning a lot from him then too.
Okay, so pretty much just assisting him.
Yeah,
from 2015 until.
Yeah, pretty much. And also, well, not like consistently either, because I was in college for a lot of that time.
Okay.
Yeah, so for a lot of before this, I was in college, so not really able to do the whole film set thing.
Okay, what did you go to college for?
I went to college for communications and film.
Okay.
Yeah, and I also took a lot of art classes too.
So how many productions now do you have under your belt?
Through cinema, whatchamacallit, about seven, yeah. And then also I did a bunch in college, you know.
And then how many with you as head armor?
Head armor, just 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that was
the rest and the Old Way, yeah.
Okay. How long did you spend on the Old Way?
We did that for a month and a week.
This is like not that much time.
Not that much time. No. But it was only me doing the guns on it. So it was me, 22 guns, doing all of the loading and everything myself.
Okay. What about any official training that you've done?
Official training? Not really much official training. I was planning on getting my my concealed carry permit pretty soon, but haven't gotten there yet.
Okay. For what you do as an armorer, does this job require to use like specific tools when you're doing inspections on weapons?
So I don't really do the inspections on weapons too much. I'm not a gunsmith by any means, you know. I get them from Seth, like, you know, maintenance them and everything. I was cleaning a couple of them, and a couple of them did have some issues that I couldn't figure out, so I sent them back to Seth, and he sent them back to me, and they were okay.
Okay. So any type of like malfunction or anything that you came across would go?
Yeah.
You're talking about Seth Kenny, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I sent back one of the guns because the hammer was pulled back, and it wouldn't release back down, and I don't know, he said something about I cleaned it wrong or something. I'm not sure, but I cleaned 17 other pistols that day, so I don't know how I did that one wrong.
Okay. Do you remember which one that was?
You know, that was actually one of Miller's guns, and not related to the incident really, but Miller was one of the deputies, and just one of his, the hammer got stuck back, and I've never encountered that before, so I just went ahead and sent it back.
Okay. So as far as like the movie productions go, do they require you to have any certifications to work? And it can be like,
you know,
anything.
I'm not really sure entirely, just because most of the jobs that I've gotten have just been like through word of mouth and everything, or like, you know, Seth works on getting them for me, or my dad gets them for me, or my dad got me on as his assistant the first time, you know, so I'm not really sure entirely what they are looking for. I know that they get a firearms license and everything, and a license for the area to shoot on and everything, but they usually get that. I don't even get that usually, so I'm not really sure in terms of what else. I know that Seth always tells me that I'm on his license to work with these weapons, and that's all I really know.
And that's kind of the same with Sarah, right?
Yeah. You're not really sure what that's ever meant. Seth always just says Hannah and Sarah on my license.
Okay. But as far as like you go, there's no
one really asks about much of that.
Like you don't have to take safety classes in regards to anything with movie sets.
So that's the thing. I was actually just getting into the union, and with the union and everything, because on the set they hired me non-union. But normally with the unions, you take a safety course, you take a sexual harassment course, and you take a few different things. And I had like literally just gotten the paperwork and everything to get in that. And you need 30 union days on a union show before you can do that. And so I had 22 before this job. And so a lot of the days from this job were going to count towards that.
Okay.
But yeah, so I wasn't even able to get that. But for other than that, like the whole industry doesn't really require anything. It's mostly just California or union, and I wasn't union.
Okay. And so Russ wasn't like, you know, the guy obviously has to have a cert to be a cop.
Yeah, no, totally.
Like, you know, every year I got to take like driving courses and shooting courses and everything like that.
Yeah, no, totally. Yeah, no, Russ didn't really ask me anything about that. They kind of just converted all through stuff.
Okay. So I heard that you were hired to do a couple jobs on this set.
Yes.
Can you talk about or tell me about both of them?
Okay, so like originally when I got on the set, you know, I have always done armor kind of really separate from props. Like I'm always with props, but we do it ourselves, me and my dad, and props doesn't really interfere. This is the only job that I've taken where I was heavily incorporated into props, and it's because originally they had hired me for armor and key prop assistant. And that's not just like prop assistant, that's the key prop assistant. So that means more responsibility. That means I'm Sarah's second.
Okay.
In a lot of cases. So if there's an issue with props, you go to Sarah, and then if there's an issue where Sarah can't, you know, isn't there, then it goes to me, and then we have our assistant, Nicole. So I had, my job is the armor, and originally I thought that I was mostly going to be doing my armor job and kind of left alone to do that. But after the first week, I got talked to by some people in production, and they were told that I wasn't really pulling my weight in props. So basically I was told that I needed to shift my focus less on armor and more on props.
Who did they expect to take on the armor role if it wasn't yours?
I don't know. They told me, they said, yeah, we hear that you're taking your armor job very seriously, but we need you to support props right now because props is also struggling. And I was like, okay, I'll try my best to do that. And they said, normally before that I would kind of just hang out in the prop truck and like, you know, work on the guns and just kind of be in there doing my own stuff if there weren't any guns on set. But after that they had told me like, no, we want you on set. We want you as a present on set for props.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is split up quite a bit.
Can you give me some examples of what you would do, like when you were assisting props?
Okay, yeah. So normally, you know, I kind of, like for the saloon scene, I would just kind of be standing there, you know, watching over the guns and everything, checking them for the actors as I brought them into the actors. That's just my job as the armor. With the saloon and everything, I'm pouring drinks for props. I'm running outside and rolling cigarettes. I'm like doing several different things and grabbing several different props and setting props up constantly. And so, yeah, when some scenes aren't exactly super prop heavy and sometimes they're just kind of gun heavy, and so in that case, I can focus more on the guns, but sometimes I would split between running the guns and also dealing with the props. But Nicole, the assistant, tried to help alleviate that a little bit, but not every, you know, she was pretty green, so had to step in a lot.
Okay.
Yeah. Mostly I thought that I was there doing props at the beginning just to help find everything because we got hired on a week before. Normally you hire the prop master a month in advance. Sarah got brought on a week before. I got brought on a little after her. And so we were just kind of running around that first week trying to find props. And then I thought after that, you know, after she got the assistant, I'd be able to focus more on the guns. But then production talked to me and said that I needed to focus more on props. So.
Okay. And who's from production?
Gabrielle Pickle and also the head of the art department, Brian. Mostly, yeah, Sarah just said that I couldn't really support props in the way needed. So they were talking about possibly I was talking to them and I was like, well, do you not want me to do props at all in this case and just focus on the guns? And they were like, no, like we don't want Nicole stepping up and taking your position. We want you to step into this position and we think it's a great opportunity for you. But really, I just got to do 2 jobs for less pay.
Yeah. How do you feel about the added responsibility?
You know, it was a lot, but I'm super eager. And when someone kind of says, like, you know, you can do this, like, then I'm just like, okay, now I have to show them, like, I can do this, you know? So ultimately, it was frustrating, but at the same time,
No, you can't. I gotta show them I can do it. So you sound like you got like a chip on your shoulder. That's brilliant. That's brilliant, Hannah. Now you sound like you have a chip on your shoulder. Like, how's that gonna look? I've got to show them I can do it. Like, great job.
I was like, all right, gotta go and kick ass and props now, I guess, too.
Yeah. Did you ever
As she showed us.
like any time that specifically pointed out to you where you felt overwhelmed?
Well, props, we were told a lot, that we were kind of lagging and like the wranglers would kind of shit on us for not propping up horses soon enough or like not getting actors propped up soon enough. So props was definitely struggling. And then after that talk I had with Brian, I went to Sarah and I was like, I'm not like pulling my weight, And I tried to talk to her about it and she was like, yeah, I didn't mean to like be a jerk about it. I just wanted to let them know that I needed more help in the department. And so we talked about it and I was like, well, that's cool. Just maybe next time go ahead and talk to me first before going to Brian and Gabrielle.
Do you know why they didn't utilize Nicole more?
We definitely did utilize Nicole, but ultimately I have a very strong personality. And also a lot of the times, like my personality would even be stronger than Sarah's in a lot of respects. And a lot of people were already kind of gaining respect for me.
Well, there goes some of the ideas if there's some hierarchy establishment. I have a stronger will than her. I mean, because here's the idea, guys. Your job as a defense attorney is to take that mouth and like have like little stitches go across it. Lips like a statue. She ain't gonna say nothing. Not things like that. Not things like that.
Like in terms of like, the wranglers and everything. And I'm just good at meshing with other departments, So they wanted me on set more just to kind of, be a presence of props and really, kind of just.
I'm not going to lie. I'd say I'm not talking to you. We're not talking. We would have already talked already. You're cringing. You hear this. I have not heard this one. Good fucking God.
Be a demanding force.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you ever express to them at any point if you felt overwhelmed? Or
after that, I thought we were doing pretty good of managing both. There were some days, where I would talk to Sarah and I was like she would be like, could you come out here and see what's going on with me? And I was like, no, dude, I need to like focus on guns and I need to pull guns for later on. And she would be like, well, you're the second. I think you should be here with me on set to watch this. And I was like, there's not a lot of props out there. I'm going to be here doing the guns.
Okay.
So there was a couple of times, but I also kind of really held my ground on not, spreading myself too incredibly thin.
Or getting overrun by others.
Yeah, exactly. Because you kind of just have to, but ultimately with higher positions, sometimes you get ran over.
Okay.
Also, there goes the whole idea of she didn't know she had to stick around what her primary job was. Alec Baldwin told me to, but you knew you shouldn't.
Who hired you for arrest?
I believe, I'm not really sure. Steph just texted me and he's like, you got the job, prop assistant, so-and-so. I sent him my resume and Sarah sent it in and I think Roe approved it. And yeah, so Sarah hired me, Roe approved it.
Okay. So it's not like a typical hiring process for a job where you have to go in.
Yeah, no, there's no real interviews like any time in film. Film's a very weird industry.
Word of mouth.
Word of mouth by all means. I think it's so weird how like secretive it is almost, like it's really hard to get on anything unless you know somebody. And if you stop working for a while, it's like almost hard to jump back in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's really weird. You can't just like look up like film jobs in your area and then go and apply. That's not a thing. Yeah. I really wish it was kind of like that. That would probably, that'd be a lot better. But right now there's just such a media surge, especially that, they're just kind of getting on anyone that they can bring really because the media surge with all of these different, like the networks and everything coming out with their own little internet things, it's making everything like boom right now like crazy.
Yeah. I know you talked about how you were in the process of becoming a union member.
Yeah.
With which union?
I was working on becoming a union member with the local 44.
Okay.
That's the oldest and longest established union, and it's also the one that my dad's a part of. So.
Is that like international or?
I'm not really entirely sure. I know it's mostly California. Each union is kind of specific to the area. I think that one is the most put together one, and it's definitely the most active one, which is why I was trying to be a part of it. And I had already actually started the like kind of OSHA safety one a little bit after this actually, so I had already been starting that because I just got in like a little bit before that into the program.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So as far as your employment on Rust, were you hired on a contract or how?
I was hired on a contract, yeah. You know, the contract wasn't really specific to the job per se. The contract was just like regular employee contract. Jason has a copy of it.
Okay. Is there any way you can get a copy?
Sure, yeah, I'll send that.
Yeah.
Besides you and Sarah and Nicole, were there any other armorers or prop masters or anybody brought onto the set at any time?
I don't believe so. Not anyone brought on the set. I don't really know if Seth ever came to set, but he was the mentor on the paperwork and everything, and he was like where we got most of our stuff from.
Okay.
Yeah.
But no one else ever worked with you guys? They didn't do like a late hire?
Oh, so they did bring in one girl for swing shift, but I don't even know if she ever made it to set or if she just met up with Sarah outside of set.
Okay.
But yeah, we had finally, week 2 was coming around and we told them like, it's getting crazy busy. We can't have Sarah leaving set to go find these things. So they brought in a day player that could run around and go find things for us.
Okay.
Because before that, Sarah had to leave set a lot of the time. Oh, that also contributed to spreading us thin.
So they had extra help. This is going so well, chat. This is going so well now. In the context of this trial, this is going so well. And Darcy, I just wanted to say, for $10, thank you, Darcy, saying, Hannah said a DM to Creator J on Instagram telling me to blur out her number on his videos. His rant back is awesome. Well, send that to me. I'll take a look at it. Sounds like it'd be funny. But yeah, this is it's looking so good right now, isn't it, chat? I mean, this was bad to start with, but now in the context of the trial, ooh, this is bad.
For a little while there, that's why they brought in the third person, because ultimately Sarah would have to leave set pretty much every day for several hours, and then it would just be me out there.
And what would Sarah do at that time?
Sarah would go try to find props, because with them bringing her in a week, you know, it's hard to find like a weird Indian axe, you know, like there's a bunch of weird obscure things for a period piece that are super hard to find. So she would go try to find them, meet up with other prop masters in the area and see if they had them.
Do you know who that fourth was?
You know, I think her name was Jade. Jade, yeah. Okay. Yeah. I was hoping for her to come more on set.
Jade, that means Mr. Medicare's involved. Oh my God, chat.
But yeah, they just hired her as a day player every now and then.
Okay, so as far as, and I know some of this that we've talked about before, some of it might be a little bit redundant.
Okay.
But just trying to cover all bases. So again, who provides the ammo?
So as far as I'm concerned, me and Sarah, we went together and we picked up the ammunition and all the weapons and my leathers from Seth Kenny in Albuquerque at his shop. Yeah, we got 2 boxes of ammo, I'm pretty sure, that day. And then as we went on in the show, there were a couple of times that we needed more. So Sarah and I would text him, you know, that we needed more, and occasionally Sarah brought in more ammo from Seth.
Okay. Those 2 boxes that were originally supplied, were they blank to dummies?
Originally supplied.
You said that you picked up 2 boxes of dummies.
Oh yeah, so I think there were like boxes like the white boxes. No, they were like bigger boxes. Okay, for sure. Yeah, no, a lot of them were. There wasn't a lot of dummies in those really much at all. There were some dummies, you know, like obscure dummies that we couldn't really get, like the 50-70 rounds. You know, I don't know if you're familiar with those. Those are big rounds. They go in the trapdoor. So we had some of those dummies with it. But in terms of 45 long Colt dummies, I don't think there was a lot of dummies in there. And so I asked Seth about it, and I said, hey, like, where's all the long Colt dummies? Because the 45, you know, 45 ammo is, like, different than 45 long Colt. So we didn't exactly, I couldn't find that. So he told me to check the dummies that I had from the last show, because he got me those ones and everything. And so I went back through a bag that I had. This bag had, like, a bunch of loose dummies in it. And I went through, and I checked all of them, and I put them into 2 boxes. And so we had 2 boxes of 45 long Colt dummies that were mine from the last show.
So originally, cage?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I just brought those off of the old way, and they were in my car for like 2 weeks. I jumped right off of the old way into this. I was barely home for like a week. So
he told you to check your supplies.
Yeah.
And what you hadn't taken.
Yeah.
So he authorized you to bring.
He authorized me to bring, dummies.
Okay.
And then also there was one time where he didn't give us any eighth loads, and I had 1 box of eighth loads, and so I was like,
So he said, bring some dummies. So I showed up. They said, bring some eighth loads. And I thought he meant bring an eighth. So I brought the biggest fucking 8-ball I could find. And apparently, well, I was mistaken.
So, Corporal, just to be clear, what we just heard, did Ms. Gutierrez tell you that she brought 2 boxes of dummies onto the set of breast that she had left over from the old way?
Yes.
And did she also explain that they were loose in a bag in her car and they had been there for 2 weeks?
That's correct.
And did she explain that she took them out of the bag and put them in boxes?
Yes.
I know, job well done. I'm pointing out she's just an idiot. But yes, remember, guys, what you say in an interview sounds bad, but in the context of a trial, when it's all put together,
I'm gonna use my box of eighth loads, put it on the invoice, and I would have received money for that. For blanks, yeah, eighth load blanks.
Okay. Did you ever get recalled from this?
No, I don't really plan on it, given the circumstances, because usually that goes through Seth, and then Seth kicks me down with whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, how many rounds, and 2 boxes is, kind of a subset. We're just trying to understand. So how many rounds would you say were supplied at the beginning?
I mind if I check my phone really quick? I think Seth, sent me a picture of, it written on cardboard or something.
Okay.
Or actually, if you look at the boxes, I think the boxes.
On the flap?
Yeah, on the flap should say it.
Okay.
Did you see that at all?
Yeah. I don't.
That's that's what Seth showed me. So that same thing, that's what should have all been in there.
Okay. And so you and Sarah picked it up at the beginning of production.
Yeah.
From Albuquerque, brought it to set, and then...
Yeah, but we couldn't exactly bring it to set right away because they hadn't had the rock truck ready for us. So we had to leave it. She had the guns in her car in Albuquerque. I have the ammo in my trunk at the hotel, and then we just took them to set the next day.
Okay. So it was what?
Overnight, yeah. Just overnight.
It was multiple days
Multiple days of what?
I was just gonna say, for Sarah to keep all those in her vehicle in Albuquerque, that's a bold
move. Well, it was only one night, and she had a garage.
Okay.
So that's why she was like, do you want them to go with you or me? And I was like, you have a garage,
Albuquerque though.
I know. I told her. Somebody was all like, get those and get out. And I was like, hell yeah.
So when you guys brought additional rounds on the set or additional boxes or needed more, how did those get delivered?
Sarah brought them in most of the time. I never saw Seth after the first time that I saw him before the show.
Okay. So did Sarah, she went and picked them up from Albuquerque, or how did she get them?
She lived in Albuquerque, so most of the time she would just run and grab them.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not sure if she got any more from anyone else. I had heard that some of the dummies were borrowed from someone. I don't know. She said, don't lose any of these because we have to give them back. And I was like, okay, they fall out of the gun belt and everything, but I'll try not to lose them.
Okay. And then how much did you supply of your own?
Of my own dummies?
Yeah.
Just the 2. And we mostly went through those right away.
and now they're falling out everywhere. And then I introduced my own stash.
Just because 2 of the little boxes, not like big boxes, just the little boxes. And yeah, I had 2 of those, and most of mine had the no primer caps, the ones I showed you, remember?
Is it the ones that are like indented in?
Yes.
This is the attorney that's representing her right now at trial.
Okay. So a lot of those were mine, and then also I had a multitude of the ones with holes and the ones you shake, so yeah. And I checked those all, and I put them into 2 things.
Okay.
Myself, yeah.
Do you remember what those boxes look like?
Yeah, I do. They usually say JS on them.
Okay.
This is one that my dad sent me. And mine are usually beat up pretty bad. Like they're very dirty and gross, usually.
Okay. Do you know what the JS stands for?
Joe Swanson.
Okay. Have you met Joe?
I have not, but him and my dad are pretty good friends.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me stop it there for a moment. Corporal, did Ms. Gutierrez show you a photograph on her phone during the interview?
Yes, she did.
And did she indicate to you that the photograph that she was showing you was a photograph of the box or a box that would be like the box that she brought onto the set that had dummies?
Yes.
And did she tell you who she got that photo from?
She said in her interview that she got that photo from her father, which is Bill Reed.
And I'm going to show you what has previously been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 69. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that the exact photo that she showed you during the interview?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Does this look exactly like the box of dummies that Mr. Benavides took from the prop cart on October 21st, 2021?
Yes, it looks exactly like it.
Thank you.
All right, so as far as the ammo goes, who has access? And they stay in the truck, like the only thing that's in the safe is the guns. So yeah, pretty much, I don't know if they locked the prop truck at night or what happened with that, but yeah, so pretty much just me, Nicole, Sarah, and the first week we did share that prop truck with locations.
Okay.
But other than that, the prop truck, would kind of be open most days just because we're running in and out of there. And sometimes, ammo is underneath on our cart, just chilling there usually.
Like on the floor of the
On the bottom, no, on the cart.
Okay, on the second shelf.
Yes, yeah. Okay. I usually try to keep it down there.
So all the ammo is pretty much out in the open?
Awesome. Yeah. Yeah, unless it wasn't like taken out directly of the boxes or anything, then yeah, the ones that are out there are out in the open pretty much regularly.
Okay, and they never get locked up in safe?
No.
Okay. Were all the guns provided by Seth?
Yes.
And who has access to the guns?
Sarah and I believe Nicole kind of knew the code, but I don't think she remembered it most of the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did she ever remove the guns from the safe?
I had her put them away sometimes.
Okay.
Mostly just because I couldn't leave set.
Okay.
Yeah.
And does anybody watch her do that?
No, not really.
Is she allowed to?
Mostly somebody has to lock them up and they shouldn't be on set. So, Sarah or I would give her permission to go over there and just put them in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that's something that you guys are allowed to do, is give someone else permission.
I would think for a prop assistant, yeah.
Okay.
She won't let me put them away ever.
So who all has the ability to lock the safe?
Anyone that has arms, can close it.
Is that you don't have to punch in the code again to lock it?
No.
So you turn the knob and it's sent?
Yeah.
Okay. What about the truck? Who has the ability to lock the truck?
None of us lock the truck ever. We figure that's kind of like the transpo's job. We don't have locks for the trucks normally. I know some prop masters lock up their own trucks, but yeah, not really sure. We kind of just close ours up every day.
Okay.
Wow. This is something Bush. Yeah, she's not providing any guilt other than the whole set was a mess. Yes, that's true. But trying to convince people, hey, part of her argument's going to be, I did everything I was supposed to do. I exercised due care. It doesn't sound like it. That's the big thing here. Just saying, that's the problem for her. She exercised due care. And right now it's not looking like that.
I don't know if Transpo ever lost it.
Okay. Do you know who was in charge of that truck?
Not specifically.
Okay.
I don't remember his name.
It was a male though?
Yeah.
Can you describe him?
He was a sweet old Hispanic man with a nice mustache.
Okay. Heavy-set, midweight?
Midweight.
Oh.
And he was the one crying.
Big Happy, I forgot to do this real quick. Yes, this is a masterclass why you don't talk to the cops. 100%. Thank you for super chat, by the way. Yes, do not talk to the police.
Merely in charge of that truck.
Towards the second week, yeah. Before that, we kind of just had random people moving it, and then eventually he got assigned to us, pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah.
In the morning when you got there, was it ever locked up?
No.
Okay. So you just walk in,
walk in and pull the handle.
Okay. What about the back of it? I know it's got one of those big.
Yeah, that's what we normally did. Yeah, we just closed up the side and we would unlock the handle. We figured it was usually getting watched by security.
Do they just have security, and it's okay if you don't know, but do they just have security at that front gate there, or do they have?
I know that I've seen some security around other parts of set, like just in a car, but that was mostly after the incident and everything, and it was just a car near the church.
Okay.
So that's really all I know about the security measures.
All right. So you say, as far as ammo goes, it is common to have it outside of that safe?
Yeah, no, it's super common to have it outside of the safe.
Okay. Who loads the ammo into the guns?
Me and Sarah.
Okay, you both load them.
Yeah.
And who loads ammo into like the bandoliers or the belts and?
That's me and Sarah again. I think Nicole helped us a couple of times shaking them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did she ever like actually load them, or did she just shake them and say they're good?
And she would shake them and put them into the belt with me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know how often, or should I say, when did you guys put the ammo in the bandoliers?
A lot of them already had it in there. So from the last Nick Cage set and everything. So still check those ones out and everything, but we of course had a couple more that we had to like switch around and everything. So mostly the whole first week we were switching them around. And then after that we did have a couple more characters come in with different, waist sizes, so we would have to like put them in other belts too.
So some of these belts already had rounds in them?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember which ones?
No. They mostly got switched around a lot, and a lot of them fell out pretty regularly out of the
rounds in them?
Yeah, the dummy rounds would fall out sometimes just because when they're riding the horses, they jiggle out.
Okay.
So you regularly have to put more in them.
So since some of this ammo came from another production, was the ammo in those belts ever checked?
Yeah.
So you guys physically removed them from the belts?
Yeah.
And checked them?
Yes.
Okay. And who all did the checking?
That was me. That was involved in the 2 boxes that I did.
At the beginning?
Yes.
All right. So when ammo's not being used, then does it ever go back in a box? Does it stay?
When ammo's not being used, if it's about to be used, it's there on the bottom of the cart. Like if we're gonna get into it later that day, we don't really have time to run back to the truck. So we usually keep it right there if we're shooting that day. If we're not shooting that day, it doesn't really come on set. I'll usually bring like maybe a box of quarter loads just in case they randomly decide that they want to shoot something, because they'll change their minds last minute, and then you have to be prepared for that.
Who's they?
Directors, actors, whoever just like feels like maybe I should be shooting right now, kind of.
Okay. So when you go to unload the belts or the guns, anything of the sort, does it go back in a box?
The belts? Like we don't ever take once the dummies are on the belt, they stay on the belt, and the belts just get hung in the prop truck.
Okay.
Like yeah, and then for the guns and everything, yeah, we take all the dummies out if it's dummied up, and then of course we take the blinks out too.
But where do they go?
They go back in a box.
Okay.
Or sometimes the dummies, they'll go on the cart, on the top of the cart.
Okay. So would you say that ammo's ever mixed?
The dummies and the blanks?
Or just, various kinds of dummies?
Well, various kinds of dummies, yeah. Like I told you, all dummies are kind of weird and individual in their own way, pretty much. So yeah, they were mixed pretty regularly.
Okay. So it's not like, I say, hey, I take these rounds out of here, and they have to go back in that specific box because these are...
No, they just go in a dummy box.
Okay.
In a box of dummies.
So our actors or crew members on set, are they advised to self-inspect weapons?
I'm not really sure. Most of the time when they tell me, like, I'll go up to them and I'm like, here, and I show them it's clear, they'll be like, it's okay, I trust you. I say, don't trust me, go ahead and always check for yourself.
Okay.
But,
yeah. Are they required to self-check?
No, not really.
Okay.
But I do show them every time before I hand them off to them.
All right.
Show them that the gun's clear.
Have you seen any of them do their own safety checks?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Jensen does his own safety checks. Travis does his own safety checks. Travis Amel. Devin was getting into doing his own safety checks because I taught him how to do it. So he was kind of getting better at that.
What do they do to do these checks?
Follow the hammer back to half cock, spin it around, and close it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So not pulling it round out, checking them themselves?
No, not really.
Okay.
Has it ever been common practice for actors to do?
I'm not really too sure.
What about on your last production? Did they ever do their own?
Nick Cage definitely did not. He barely really cared to train with the gun at all. A lot of actors sometimes will barely care to train with the gun at all and think that they'll just do it on the day. But yeah, no, not a lot of them take it out and check them.
Okay. When you or somebody gives a gun to an actor, do you tell them like, hey, these are the rounds that are in this gun? Like, do you tell them it's hot or cold, and then what kind of ammo is in the gun?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question? So I tell them, all right, so this is a clear gun if there's no dummies in it, right? If it's dummied up, I show them and I say this is dummied up, and usually I have the dummies that have no primer cap in there. So I'll show them that. And then if it's hot, I'll tell them it's hot, and I'll tell them 4 1/4 loads or 4/8 loads or
whatever is in the gun.
Yeah, okay. And I let them know exactly how many is in there. And I put it exactly to where they'll shoot it and it'll go for that time.
Okay. Have you ever allowed access to anyone for any of these firearms?
No. Like for using them on set or?
For any purpose.
Well, I allow
outside of what their scope was?
No.
Like after hours, during lunch?
No.
You know, days that you guys weren't?
No, me, Nicole, and Sarah ate lunch together pretty regularly, pretty much every day, except for a couple of days where I would sit at another table or converse with some other people. But yeah, we all went to lunch together. We all locked them up every day at lunch, and we all locked them up every night. And I definitely didn't go to work on my weekends because why would I do that? You know, right. I want to be there as least as possible. So we all, yeah. So yeah, last weekend I was in Denver the first weekend actually. So yeah, and then the other one I was just relaxing at my hotel.
Okay. Did you spend any time with anybody on the weekend?
Yeah, I spent some time with the nice boy at the front desk at my hotel. He was nice. I hung out with some crew members. I went bowling one time. And other than that, I didn't really hang out with people outside of set too much. And I kind of went and did my own thing in Denver the week before. We haven't really been there that long.
Okay. Did you go out, just to press them in, did you go out with crew one night to, I think they said like some brewery?
Yeah. We went to the brewery downtown after bowling.
After bowling?
Yeah.
Okay. And that was on the day off though?
Yeah.
Did you have work the next day?
No, that was Monday. We worked, we had Monday, Tuesday off.
Okay. Do you remember which Monday it was?
It was the last Monday before the incident.
Okay.
So 20th was the incident, I believe, on Wednesday. 21st. So
the 11th.
The Monday.
Columbus Day was a holiday.
No. Yeah, it would be the 18th.
Okay. So you were off that Monday and Tuesday.
Yeah.
And then we're back on Monday.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you yourself, and not just on this set, but have you ever encountered a defective blank or
a defective dummy?
Yeah.
So, you know, I've had a couple of blanks that haven't gone off, you know, but usually that's because the actor doesn't pull the hammer all the way back. And so it'll just be at half cock. And so when they shoot it, it won't ignite it. And I usually just say like, oh, it was a misfire to kind of save the actor's face a little bit in that case.
Mm-hmm.
And then in terms of bad dummies, I had never experienced a bad dummy.
Okay. So what's your standard protocol, like, if one of them's defective?
Either the blanks.
Either one.
Okay, so if the blanks are defective, you know, usually I'll just take them, I'll put them in my pocket, I'll save them for later, and then if I'm curious enough, I'll just go ahead and like shoot them and be like, okay, yeah, they didn't pull the hammer all the way back. Or if the dummies were defective, I guess, I would put them in my pocket and just save them till later and check them out.
Okay. Have you ever, in your history of working, encountered live rounds on the set?
Never.
Okay. And how do you know that?
Because every dummy I've ever shaken has been a dummy, and the other ones have holes on the side, and I've never experienced a round that looked like a dummy and behaved like a blank or anything. So, yeah, I am shaking all of them most of the time.
Okay.
So,
and then I know you've covered the time, so just do me a favor. Go over each round and then how the round.
Corporal, did Ms. Gutierrez tell you she was shaking all of them?
Is your microphone on?
Sorry. Did Ms. Gutierrez tell you that she was shaking all of them most of the time?
Yes.
Thank you.
Each round of blanks.
Okay, and dummies. So I know that
Okay.
there's like obviously a couple different kinds of dummies.
All right, yeah, okay.
You don't have to go into like,
No, it's okay.
the caliber or anything of that sort, but just.
Okay, let's, all right. So, a lot of dummies, the ones with primer caps, those ones mostly go in the belts and everything. A lot of the primer caps are punctured most of the time, you know, because they get hit while they're in the gun. So those will go in the gun sometimes, if I don't have the other ones. There are some with holes in the side, that also still have the primer caps and everything. And then there's the ones with no primer caps, and there's a hole in the side sometimes too with those, and sometimes there's not. And mostly I like to put the ones with no primer caps into the guns, you know, just to make everyone feel safe. And then for the other ones, those go in the belts, you know, and the ones that have the primer cap.
Corporal, is it your understanding from your investigation that the dummies that were put into Mr. Baldwin's prop gun on October 21st, 2021, all had missing primer caps?
No. And the hole inside are good for both, really.
Okay. And then
for all the loads, yeah, all right. So for all the blanks, all the quarters, so there's 8 loads. Those are the super quietest ones. And I just worked with Ryan Armstrong, that little 11-year-old on the old way, and I had her use those. So especially if it's someone that's really young and new with the guns, I'll make sure that there's the smallest load possible, which is an 8. Some horses require 8 loads. Most of the time I'll put the box and I'll put horsey rounds on them in my own handwriting, so that way I know.
and are those 8?
Yeah, those are the 8s. And then sometimes, you know, I will, if it's super close proximity and inside 8s too, but quarters also work for inside proximities that are close. And then on top of that, for the quarters around kids, around horses too, that's like the last size pretty much allowed. And then we do the half loads if it's going into like a rifle, or if we're outside, like we did a lot of half loads on the show because a lot of it was outside. And then for the full loads, it's very rare still that I use a full load, unless like an actor is just really weird and wants it. Alec only wanted to train with full loads because he wanted it to look realistic.
Mm-hmm.
And most of the time I'll use full loads if it's a really big gun, like a trapdoor or something, a trapdoor rifle. That would have a lot of smoke coming out of it, so you want to make sure it looks realistic.
Okay. Were all of these used for rust?
Fulls were used for us, some of my 8s were used for us, quarters were used for us, and halves were used for us, yeah. Okay. So it was really a variety and just depending on the situation.
Okay. And then, is anyone allowed to bring their personal firearms on the set?
No.
Did you see anybody bring personal firearms?
No.
And did you ever see anyone bring ammo?
No.
Okay. Did anybody ask you about going target shooting?
Yeah, the Wranglers made a joke about it one time to me, and I said something to the effect of, well, you can try, you don't have the ammo.
Okay. What did they say? Do you remember?
Not really. I don't really remember what they said.
What they insinuated about shooting an actual round?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that they were joking, though.
Okay.
A lot of boys on set would be like, oh my god, can we go shoot the gun? It's just, yeah.
But no one pressured you into it?
No, no one ever seriously pressured me into it.
What about Sarah?
What about Sarah?
Did she ever mention anything about
shooting? No. Sarah, yeah, no. She never mentioned anything about shooting, and we left every day at the same time and pretty much got there just around a little after each other.
So as far as safety protocols on set, do you recall any sort of safety protocols during the time of the production?
We had a couple of safety meetings. A lot of days we did not, which normally it's typical anytime that there's firearms or live animals on set or open flames, you do a safety meeting. So a lot of those days we did not have a safety meeting. Other than that,
who hosted them?
Huh?
Who hosted those safety meetings?
Dave. Yeah.
Do you remember what they were about?
Guns, like the guns and everything. We also said, you know, because actors will leave guns around sometimes, they'll forget them. So we always told people, you know, like, don't ever touch a gun if you see it, you know, because Jensen totally left his on the snack bar one time. Yeah. We found that pretty promptly, but.
Isn't your snack bar down at base camp?
No.
Or was it?
It's on set. We can't like go all the way back to base or X.
Well, so I was like,
No, I think you're thinking about the cafeteria.
Yeah,
area. Yeah, no, we have Crafty on set, really close to set most of the time.
okay.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, that would be interesting. Talking about the snack bar, like the little like trailer that has all the.
No, just Crafty. Just a table on set with like we purchase cars on it.
My favorite part of getting towards movie stuff is
Oh yeah.
have, like, a little
I love when they have the trailer. Yeah, those are the legit ones. This one was like stupid cheap. Yeah, they like barely let her make suits for us. They barely let her make suits for us, and she had to fight hard for the suit. I called Becca the super angel. She fought hard for those suits.
Did you ever see safety bulletins?
Where would they be posted, I wonder? You know, sometimes they would put some things in the call sheet, you know, like some safety bulletins and everything.
Do you remember what they said?
I think they would pertain to COVID. They would pertain to, you know, like firearms on set. They would pertain to live animals. Yeah, it's usually kind of like in red on the call sheet.
Okay.
Other than that, they would sometimes in an email, like put it in red, like anything you needed to know about the day.
Do you still have those emails?
I think I might have some of those emails still.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to grab those? Because, that's, you know, obviously
Yeah.
a big, who distributes, because you guys would get call sheets the night before.
Yeah.
Right.
Tim Becerra usually sends them out.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is his position?
He is also an assistant director, but he's more of the type where he is never on set and his only job is sitting in the office and creating these schedules and doing all the paperwork.
So he's normally out.
Yeah, he's normally never on set, that poor boy.
All right. Who would you say is in charge of the safety meetings that were being held?
Dave, and then the first time we did it, he let me speak. Yeah, and I told people, you know, like these are regular weapons we have on set. Don't stand in front of them. Don't point them at anybody. And then after that, the only other one we had was the day of, and Dave kind of just covered most of that.
Okay. Do you remember what he talked about today?
Not entirely. He just told everybody, like, you know, we do have, like, blanks on set. We are going to have a lot of gunfire today. Real guns on set. No one touch them, you know.
Okay.
And things like that. And also things about the horses, he told.
When did you host a safety meeting?
I never hosted one all by myself.
Okay. What you said that he let you do it though?
He let me hop in on his.
Okay.
Yeah, he said, Hannah, do you have anything else to add? And I said, yeah. And I said, let's be safe, you know, like no one be standing in the way of these things and just like don't be, if it's pointing in that direction, don't stand in front of it.
Okay. Do you remember what day that was though?
That was the first day we had gunfire on set, which I believe was the second day that we started on set filming.
Okay.
So yeah.
So what do you teach actors or crew members when it comes to gun safety?
So it really also depends on the actors too. You know, like big ones like Nick Cage, if they tell me if they tell the director like, you know, that they don't really care to do it, I can try to teach them for the most part, but like a lot of the times they might not even listen to me or really pay attention or be on their phone. Alec was on his phone a lot of that entire thing. But for the most part, they put me in training this time. It was pretty irregular how I trained actors this time. This time they put 9 people all together in one day that I was supposed to train. And during this time, they put a ton of producers right there. Normally I train the actors one-on-one. It makes them feel comfortable. It allows them to not be distracted and everything. And this time they had me training 3 people at once and a ton of producers behind me. The director's there too. The producers are talking to the actors were distracted even too. And I tried my best to work with all 3 of them. I worked with Jensen. You could probably see a video of him saying like, she showed me like, this is how you check it, you know, this is how we make sure it's safe. So I try to do that standard same thing every time, show them how to check their own gun and show them how to make sure it's safe. And then I always I have them draw it a few times, you know, with nothing in there, make sure that they have the draw down. Usually a little before that, I'll have them like just fire off a couple of quarter loads, you know, so they can get the idea of not drawing it from their thing, but just holding it and firing it so they can understand what they're going to be doing. And then after that, we work on the actions that they're going to specifically do. So, you know, if I know that they have a scene and everything, we kind of talk it out together and like how they would run, pull it out, what they could do, you know, how not to let it fall on the ground, how not to like let rocks get inside of it. Yeah.
Makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
What about safety rules? Do you advise them any of those?
Safety rules such as I tell them all the time not to point them at each other. That's my biggest one. And I always say to everyone in front of them, I'm like, if you don't have to be here, don't be here. You know, other than that, safety-wise, I tell them to keep their finger out of the trigger guard unless they're ready to shoot, because that's how a lot of accidental discharges will happen. And that's just what my dad's told me, at least. So I always try to advise them to keep their finger out of the trigger guard, and yeah.
Okay. Besides you, were there any other trained armorers on the set?
Sarah was kind of trained by Seth. Yeah. I believe Sarah did a show before, and I think that there were 2 guns involved in the show. And Seth had trained her personally for that.
Okay.
And then I also kind of showed her what to do at the beginning of it to make sure that she wouldn't have an accidental discharge. But she still did, so.
Yeah. So before any gun scene, even just like rehearsal or filming or anything of that sort, did they do a brief?
You know, sometimes they would have time to like really go into it and everything and like kind of, you know, work out the action. Sometimes they would do like an overall one, you know, where they kind of just say like bang, 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 bang. So we did have some rehearsals. Sometimes, you know, there wasn't always rehearsals.
Okay.
So sometimes, yeah, we totally had like rehearsals, usually the big ones, and we just kind of have people go bang, 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 bang.
All right. As far as, so what it's been referred to as the show and tell day, where you brought out,
Yeah.
pretty much everything, right?
Yeah, we brought out every gun that we had that Seth gave to us, and the director really just wanted a lot of.
From what I've been told, saying this up as a proffer, Hannah doesn't want deals. Like, Hannah thinks she can win this, from what I've heard. So she doesn't think she did anything wrong. But yes, this should have been done as a proffer where she's spilling the beans in exchange for protection. But I think she thought at this point she was still a golden girl.
Options for people, especially because there are so many big names on this. So he wanted to be sure that all the actors knew that it was possible for them to stick around with guns, and that just because we had thought that they would look good with that gun doesn't mean that they were stuck with it.
Okay. Can you go into a little bit more detail about how this day played out? Like, where did you guys set up this table?
Okay.
And
yeah. So the day played out. We go to the edge of the town and everything, away from all the people working on the other side. They set up a table, they set up an easy up for us, and the prop truck was coming later that day, so that was finally the first day that we got to get the prop truck going.
How long does she go into the day?
I'm sorry, I don't recall.
Was it more than 20 minutes? Let's break so that we can have this uninterrupted, what went on in the day.
And just to be clear, I think what she's talking about is the day of the show and tell. Is that your understanding, Corporal? Yes.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I thought it was the day of October 21.
I don't believe so.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want me to keep going or you want to break?
No, we'll keep going.
Okay.
We're almost done, guys.
The gun safe in my tiny Honda, I fitted in there, and so I had that with me right next to us, and I kept all the ammunition in my trunk and everything, and Sarah had all of the guns in her trunk, and so we took all those guns out of the trunk and we put them on the table. We had 2 tables, so we had 2 tables filled with long rifles, short guns, a lot of guns. And then also, once the show and tell was over, Joel was pretty cool. He was happy with everything. After that was over, he stuck around, and then, like, I think the first couple of actors showed up for training and everything, because I remember they said, like, okay, you're going to have, like, 3 at this time, and, like, 3 here and 3 there, and I was like, all right, like, that's kind of manageable. And it is kind of manageable, you know, and it definitely, I've worked with 2 at a time before. 3 is manageable, but, like, also then all of a sudden with the actors, all these producers came, like a ton of producers. And so the producers are just kind of behind us the whole time. The guns are out there. We put a lot of them away that we didn't need for the training that day. So Sarah put a lot of those away, and we just kept those in my car because I had the safe, and ultimately I was going to put them in the safe at the end of the day. And then so the actors came, we started training and everything. And then all of a sudden a producer just like jumps into the training because I guess he was also firing, but they didn't schedule him for me. So at one point I was training 4 people at one time. But it was a little chaotic. Yeah, so I'm there.
Sorry, but when you had them all out on the table, how many people would you say were there, like max at a time that were?
Probably like 10.
Messing.
10, and like not everyone was really allowed to mess with them. You know, like a couple producers like would ask if they could touch them. Ultimately, I always get pissed at people if they touch them without my permission.
Okay.
Joel, I let do that. You know, Joel is the director. He can touch them. But yeah, other than that, most people were there and most people would be like, wouldn't even ask to touch them. Yeah, good like 10 producers were there.
Okay.
Yeah, and Gabby and Ro were there at the beginning, and eventually like they left with kind of everybody.
Okay.
And then towards the end of it, so at the beginning of the day, I was supposed to train 6, and then I had an hour-long break, you know, and I think I was there from like 9 to like 2 or 8 and yeah, 9 to 2, just training actors pretty much the entire time, and doing the show and tell. And then so I trained 6 of them then, and then plus that producer that they threw in there randomly. And then after that, an hour went by, and I trained Devin and I trained Miller. And yeah, and the last guy didn't show up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who's the producer that you trained?
Nathan.
Okay. Do you remember his last name?
No, not really. He was on set a lot. He was like a nice younger one, kind of.
Okay. How long would you say you spent with each group training?
With each actor, probably like 30, 20 minutes or so. Yeah, usually I like to work with the actors one-on-one and get like a full 30 minutes to an hour in, you know? But that's just not how it went on this one.
Who made that call?
Gabrielle.
Okay. Did she give you a time limit?
She just put 3 people together. Like, she scheduled it like that, and she said they had other things to do and had other, you know, they had to go and do training with the Wranglers. And a lot of this training was, like, the day before. Yeah, they're like, ride a horse now, and now you get to shoot a gun. And, like, yeah.
You get to shoot a gun off a horse.
Yeah, honestly, this is crazy because a lot of the times they have actors start working with the horses, like, months in advance because you can grasp the guns a little quicker than, like, a weird living animal and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they didn't have people training on horses well in advance for this either, which I thought was pretty wild.
And then a total off subject, but I was, you know, we got Jensen in here, spoke to him, and I found out that the gentleman who provided the horses for the set, I used to actually be a wrangler for him.
Oh, really? That's fun. Isn't he so cute?
His horses are terrifying.
Yeah, no, the horses are scary. I honestly, I was trying to get out of Westerns because every Western I'm on, a horse almost kills me.
Yeah.
Kidding not. Like, horses back up crazy.
That's funny. She's got a film career herself. She's one of the Wranglers. Although I don't think she meets animal wranglers. So she was involved in the film industry before she became a cop. That's kind of funny.
And like nobody even said like not to walk behind the horses on this. I was like, Sarah. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you know, I was just like the complete lack of just like, yeah.
Yeah, I used to wrangle for him.
Yeah, I love Riley. He's a sweetheart. But yeah, the horses are bad. But honestly, like it's been a long time since I've been able to work with any really good horses because I have been doing independence. You know, no one can afford like the good horses that Magnificent Seven had back when I was there in 15. You know.
Well, he used to do all kinds
I'll
of
explain it in a minute
and stuff like that too. But I mean, I can tell you like, because he goes when they do trail rides, they go, you know that mountain that goes across.
Guys, we have 5 minutes. I'll explain a proffer in 5 minutes.
On it, down at the end of Bonanza.
Yeah.
So you can take the horses up that mountain.
Yeah.
And I just remember one day he put me on a thoroughbred that came off the track, a mare, and like she was hot horse.
Yeah.
And so he like slightly cooked her up before this trail ride. And like
I remember a couple of the horses.
She was off in her own world. We'll just say that.
Yeah, a couple of the horses got loose on this. One like made a full ass run for it like 3 times during one scene. They did their best they could to catch it, and eventually they started catching.
Okay, we're going to break for the evening. Remember, this is what, a couple more hours on this, maybe?
less than a couple. Less than a couple, but we've still got quite a ways to go.
So that,
if I can, Judge, just for the record, we stopped this redacted video at 1 hour and 5 minutes.
okay, so we will carry this on tomorrow. This will be what we queue up with. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Don't do any research. Don't look up the movie set or this case or anything. Thank you. Have a good evening. See you at 8:30 downstairs.
All right.
Okay. Well, where are we at now? Oh, boy. Ugh. This is not good, chat. This is not good. God, Michelle Trakunis has got a better shot at this point. Okay, so you guys want to know what a proffer is? A proffer is where you come in and you sit down with the police. And sometimes there's somebody from the prosecutor's office there. Sometimes there's not. But in the meantime, before you set that up, you speak to the prosecutor and say, my guy wants to do a proffer. And normally you get a written letter that says, Dear Attorney Martin, it's our understanding that your client, J-Rock, wants to talk about his involvement in the horse raping spree that occurred over at the stables nearby. Sometimes they promise you, like, here are the terms. Everything this will be recorded. It will be admissible in court. Everything you say can and will be used against your client. You have the right to advise your client not to take this at any point in time. Your client must be truthful. Your client must agree to testify truthfully in court. Sometimes they make it, in a specific agreement. Should the testimony be truthful and he agrees to testify in court or is used in court, we will do X, Y, and Z. Sometimes they say, you're going to tell us the truth and then we'll see how good it is and then you get what you get. That's how some places roll. So that's a proffer. You come in and spill your guts pursuant to an agreement. You don't just come in willy-nilly and just lay it all out. And part of the problem is, and I don't understand why her attorney doesn't do anything about this, the cops want you to talk. They're friendly. They're trying to break the ice with you because none of that's under Miranda anymore. She's there. She's got counsel. She's free to go. No Miranda applies. So they're using their techniques to bullshit and get her to talk. And the one girl's like, yeah, I've been in the industry. I know what it's like, man. And they're like, oh, yeah, how's it like? And listen, you can hear those girls like, tell us how it like with them fancy movie stars. Yuck. Oh, you knew that Alec Baldwin feller? Oh, my gosh, I'd love to meet him. They basically let her just talk and talk and talk. I'm the big city armorer. I'm from LI. They let her just go and 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 go. Yes, she was overworked and didn't devote 100% to her guns. Do you advise your client to only answer the question asked? Yes. I've had clients give proffers before. And you talk with them ahead of time. Focus on the answer. And I've cut them off and said, focus back on the topic. But yes, doing proffers is a very specific game. But you just have them go in there and talk and talk and talk and talk. Fuck that. Fuck that. No. I mean, it's like Bohemian Rhapsody. No. You don't do it. You don't do it. Whew. Zaven's saying, can the production company be charged? No, you really can't charge companies for criminal activity in that way, where like you can't charge them in manslaughter. There's times where you can charge them with certain types of crimes, but if you charge them manslaughter, somebody has to go to prison for that, right? So you charge them with manslaughter, like who do you send? The CEO? I mean, that doesn't work. So you pick the person in the company who's in charge, and well, that also happens to be Alec Baldwin, so he's already getting charged. So, and I think they're going to point out, and they're going to weave it in there. His attorneys are going to try to keep it out, all the stuff about his policy decisions, but those are going to come in because they're statements he made. They go to the relevancy of the scene got set for him to have a loaded weapon, and had he done his job right, there wouldn't have been a loaded weapon. And had he done his job as an actor right, there wouldn't have been a loaded weapon. So they're going to set that stage, but it's not there yet. What happened above my left eye? There's nothing there. It's like a fucking weird shadow. That's where the bulls attacked me. Hold on, let me see here. Oh, I got scratched with something. I think, huh? Oh, I know why. I cut my finger. I think I went up here with that or something and scratched and left a little blood there. See? Squeaky, 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 squeaky. See, all better. So, good call, chat. So, I hope that answers you guys' questions about how that whole thing works. Did I answer the issue of the proffer? Because now you guys are just like talking about goofy stuff. How am I felting you? Oh, well. Don't worry, those horses were felting you up pretty good. You're Mr. Hands reenactor. You're just like, ah! So, that is where we are. No, I know people were asking about the proffer, so I thought I'd answer what a proffer is. We're digging our way to Columbus. Good. Destroy the city from within. Sink it. Sink it into the pit of hell. That's my command to you. Take Joe's diggers and ask for help. The more shovels, the better. Carrie says, so why is she proffering get time served? It sounds like because she didn't think she did anything wrong. If her attorney said, hey, do you want to try to like work out a deal? And she's like, no, I didn't do anything wrong. Okay, fine. There's only so many times you could talk to your client about like that before they get mad at you. Maybe she said, I'm taking no deals. I mean, a lot of things could happen there, but it sounds like she wasn't taking any deals at this point. Sounds like she's an idiot. So, hold on one second, guys. All right, chat. You guys want to know what's going on tomorrow? I will show you. I will show you. We have a special thing tomorrow, and it is we are doing it live. So we got access. I found it, chat. We're doing it. So that will be tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern time. So, and honestly, that is Jarek says I'm waking up early, dude. What? So I couldn't find a better picture of Monty because like all his pictures are like older of him, and this is like the most recent one I could find of him. So, like, you know, he's like leaned back in his, but he does that thing where his camera's like off to the side, so it's hard to get like a good picture of him. Hell says, do it on my wake. Well, you can watch the live later, Hella. So. We'll do Hannah Reed a little late, but we'll get started. And we'll try to catch up. I mean, there's going to be a whole hour of lunch and stuff we'll be able to get in front of. Jeff says, God damn it. Well, we're going to have the link up. And you know what? I'll direct you guys. Well, hold on. I got to get it up first. Yeah, I know. Oh, that's going to get clipped. So if you guys weren't aware, Monty and Nick have a lawsuit, and there is an interlocutory appeal, meaning in the middle of the case, Nick has appealed up to the Minnesota Court of Appeals. And in Minnesota, it's just the Court of Appeals. There are no like regions of it. It's all just the Court of Appeals. You appeal up to them, and he's saying that they should apply a different legal standard than Minnesota. He's arguing they should apply Colorado's legal standard to the situation. Whether or not that's going to work is not for sure. There's some arguments to be had that way. Even if that does apply, that doesn't necessarily get him out of the woods, although it gives him a chance to use an anti-SLAPP statute. But for now, that is kind of where things are. So, and yes, set for the 28th. So that's kind of the long and the short of it there. Anyways, Jeff, hello. How are you doing, man? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Nick's gonna make it with 120-degree fever. I know. Jarek says, I'm open from 11 to 1. Yes. Perfect. Perfect. It's only going to be a half hour, guys. There's a half hour reserved, and that's it. Hold on here. I'll show you. Can I switch over to this? Yeah, I can. Here. All right. So this is it's only a half hour, so it's going to be quick. Sweet Tooth is saying, so what is Monty's problem? Monty is alleging that Nick has defamed him. So that's why. You guys are posting notices in Joe's chat. Jeez. So anyways, guys, look. See, it's only going to be a half hour long. It's Quest v. Ricada. You know, it's right here. Starts at 10:05. By 10:40, it's over. So it's 30 minutes. Because this starts at the one above it starts at 9:30. This is 30 minutes. They'll have a 5-minute break. 30 minutes later, they're done. They have a 5-minute break. They have that one. They go for 30 minutes, and then they have a 5-minute break, and then they have this one down here. So that's what's going to happen. It's only half hour. Yeah, hold on one second, guys. So, guys, what I'm just going to tell you now how this is going to work. I can comment, and I don't feel bad commenting on the choice of law. All right? This whole choice of law question doesn't affect the case as far as my involvement. I'm listed as a fact witness in Monty's complaint. I'm literally in the first fucking paragraph. So I'm not going to talk about the case itself, the merits of it, what's going on, what my thoughts are, what my experience was, everything that happened, because I'm literally listed in the complaint. I can watch this ancillary matter of like what law applies, because that has no bearing on the case for me. And we can watch it. We can talk about what's probably going to happen. Other than that, honestly, and to be fair, I don't really have legally I have to do that, but I feel I kind of have a duty, especially as because I do actively practice and I kind of have an appreciation and understanding of the law from having been involved in cases and trying to sue people, as disinterested a party as you can for a witness, for one way or another. So, like I said, I will, we will watch it and we'll decide, because it doesn't matter whether or not Colorado law applies or Minnesota law applies or, whatever law they want to apply applies. Doesn't change my involvement there. Yes, Tilly, actually, I really would argue that's true, because unless you guys want to get sued for defamation, that could be, I would recommend you guys don't call people that unless you have proof for it. So yeah, I would recommend you not do that. And I'm being 100% serious. Like 100% serious. So. You can say whatever you want. Yeah, that's fine. That's your ass on the line. Maybe he decides to sue you. I don't know. I mean, you say something that's actionable. That's your call. It's not my problem. Tilly, I'm not talking about it being in real court. My point is, if you say something like right now, you like kind of joking about, can I call Monty all these things? Keep in mind, Monty just fucking sued Nick. He probably won't be afraid to sue other people. He sued a lot of people in his time over all kinds of shit. So that's the joke. Like, if you want to call down that kind of fucking thunder, by all means do so. But that's at your own risk. So that's all. I say that with all honesty. Here, wait, Stevenson. I don't know who Monty is. You can find Montegraph over on the farms. He's a bit of an internet OG. He's been around for a long time. Okay, so the allegations are Monty is suing Nick for defamation because the allegations are that Nick has called Monty a pedophile and made a bunch of allegations that he has had sex with children and that he likes to do it and has said it multiple times. So that's why Monty is suing him, because that's when you accuse someone of criminal activity, if they haven't done it or there's no proof for it, that could be considered defamation. Now there are other defenses, and we'll see how that all plays out down the road. But that's the 10,000-foot view. Zaven said allegations. Well, I'm saying they're allegations because I can't say they're statements of fact. They haven't been proven yet. So that's just what I'm trying to say. Sorry, cleared out the hour from my calendar. Looking forward to it. Yeah. So it starts at 10 a.m. It starts. What time does it start at? 10:05. Stop biting my nails. I've had that problem since I've been a kid. So I've had that problem since I was a kid. So can't stop it. So. So that's where we are. Yes, his case is up for appellate arguments tomorrow. Nico's assuming the court is on time. No. Appellate courts are not like trial courts. Appellate courts are. They don't fuck around. If they're late, something happened. Appellate courts, boom, boom, boom. They got shit they got to do, so they don't have time to screw around. Lois says that's Central Time. No. $11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Might want to turn on subscribers only chat for the stream. I got to figure out how to do that. So. Yeah. Guys, I will say I might, no, we're not doing members only. We're not going to be that bitched out on it. We are not bitching out that hard. I will say, guys, we're just talking about this. We're probably going to actually have fucking rules tomorrow. Okay? So that 100% means we're probably going to have some rules knocked in like fucking spastic colons. So just warning everybody now, we're going to have some fucking rules, and we're not going to have to say, well, what did that mean? Because you know what they are. The opposite of what we're doing now. We're going to run it like Emily Baker's chat, all right? So, D. Dyla says, would it only be the lawyers and the judges present? I don't know if they're going to be in person. This might be on Zoom all the way around. It probably is going to be in person. But no, the parties have a right to be at the arguments. They just sit in the back. There's no involvement from anybody but the attorneys and the judges. So, Lex says, I'm not going to ban you, but like, be fucking smart tomorrow, chat, please. It'll make things so much fucking easier. I don't want to have to fucking nuke it. I don't need fucking problems. So, and I'm not joking, guys. This whole internet thing is fun. But I've said it before. I've said it on Discord or whatever, too. If I have to nuke this shit for my own personal life, so like I can go do whatever I want in the real world, I will fucking nuke all this shit in a heartbeat because this is fun, but it's not everything. So, just making sure you guys understand. Just making sure you guys understand. So. Odds money, I don't think there's going to be anything happening tomorrow. No, he's going to, if he's there, he'll sit there. If not, he'll be watching it online. Thanks, J-Rock. Yeah, I'll probably wrench a couple people up tomorrow. I don't know. I'll figure something out. So guys, like, I know you guys think like it's going to turn into like some of these other hearings we watch all the time. Appellate courts are never like that. Appellate courts are very calm. It's very mundane, but it's very academic. So, Domina Morgul says, "Don't see you harm, Sean." I appreciate that. You've handled yourself with grace, or anything else you say. Thank you. I appreciate that. But that's, guys, like, yeah, Monty's not going to lose his mind. Nick's not going to come plowing through the wall in the Mustang, doing donuts. Like, none of that stuff's going to happen. I assume Nick will be there because it's like 2 hours from his house. Monty, it's a bit farther. I mean, you guys didn't realize Minnesota's a big freaking state, especially from like top to bottom. It's really big. It's a big state. It's bigger than you think. And that's what she said. So he might be there. He might not be. He can watch it online too. So maybe he watches it from my stream. I doubt it. But he doesn't have to be there. If he's there, all they do is get to sit in the back. Jerax says I was joking. All right. Well, I'll trans you anyway, just for the joke. That's my joke. He'll ban everybody but the numbered. Yes. Green caps. Thanks, guys. We'll see how many people it is. Eric is saying, so if it's in appeals, who lost? We won't know for a while because the appellate court's going to write their decision, but it's probably going to be at least a month or two. They might fast track it since it's an interlocutory appeal, but it's an interlocutory appeal for a civil case. So they're not, judges hate civil stuff. Like every judge hates civil cases. And even the worst are the appeals involving civil cases. So I don't think it's going to be a while. Yeah. Koberger has a motion hearing Wednesday. It's a busy day. Yeah, there's a lot going on. And the Richard Allen case, it's chugging along. I think on Friday night, we're going to do Richard Allen because there's so much to get through now. There's so many filings, and Judge Gull is acting like a freaking lunatic. So there's going to be a lot to do. Wow, you guys are like a lot of comments here. No, Nick's lawyer in this case is Mark Randazza, who's a very good First Amendment attorney. So he's a very good attorney. Iconoclast says, you can wrench if you want. I won't be here. That's great. I'll make you wrench. He's just like, yep, I got to work. Bye. Yeah, Bumpy Boys at Skodas too. Well, Karam says Randaz is a bit pricey. Yeah, hey, you know what? You want, the good, the top, top guns cost top money. So Tilly says, I'm going to come. Well, I hope you are going to come tomorrow. Young says, I wonder if this is Randazza's funniest case in his history. I doubt it. Given where he started from, being involved in the porn industry, I guarantee you he's got far better cases and stories than this. So I'm confused why you need more mods. I don't necessarily think I'll need any, but let's say like 5,000 people show up. We might need some mods. So, guys, that is it for tonight. I will see you guys tomorrow morning. And, storms are brewing out there. So, in more ways than one. Good night, guys. Will there be a Baldo giveaway? No, there will not be. So, if 5,000 people just start banning randomly in chat, that would be great. Not doing that. So, I will see you guys later. Have a great night. And if you guys want to go, I know Joe's running. He'll be doing stuff. So, you guys can head over there if you'd like to. Good night. Take care, guys. See you tomorrow. Bye.